just switch it on. Hello, good morning, everybody.
محمد محمد
Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello, good morning, everybody. Today we are here in a side event at ICESCO for advances in agri-water treatment and valorization. This is a session to close the loop of the biocircular economy, especially for water coming from the agriculture. I'm Dr. Samir Timi. I'm director from the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health in Switzerland. With me, I have here Dr. Aysel Salimova. She's a specialist in the Scientific Research Center of the Azerbaijani Food Safety Institute. I have with me Professor Hisham Al-Askari. He's professor at Chapman University. And to my right, I have Dr. Angela Gdeitani. She's a chief climate analyst from the United Nations Environmental Program. Good morning, everybody. So to start, the presentation, please. Yeah. So to start, for innovative approaches to agri-water treatment and revalorizations, there is different integrated and advanced applications for this wastewater. It's counted as a wastewater, and next slide, please. Now, yes. Okay. So it's to drive beyond the sustainability through biocircular economy, partnerships, and different applications. So the big challenge or the main objective of this is to discuss sustainable treatment and revalorization solutions for this kind of water that it represents a huge amount of water if we are thinking about, for example, irrigation water, if we are thinking about fresh cut water, if we are thinking about cultivations. So this amount of water is huge. And to the best of my knowledge, 70% of this used water in Spain, for example, is going as a wastewater. So the challenge is to use that 70% of global fresh water like it is going as a residue, and to revalorize it to enter the loop and to return to the chain. So the state of the art of this fresh or this agri water, this used water in Europe, for example, is its abundancy in many zones, and especially in some zones, for example, of the world, that there is scarce water and there is not a lot of water, but we are losing this water as a waste, although we can revalorize it. So this is why it's very important to tackle this aspect here at COP29 and to try to revalorize and to close the loop for the biocircular economy. So I will pass this slide for the moment. So the main challenges are problems related with nutrients runoff, with pesticides and contaminants that they exist in this water, and which makes their reuse a little difficult because they should pass through a pre-treatment and the treatment step. And this is what it is posing the biggest challenge. So the issue here is not only technological, but it's also a policy gap, because until today we don't have clear policy for this agri-water. And about this, Angela will talk later, and she will explain a little about the advances in this kind of regulatory aspects and policy aspects for agri-water. So the advanced treatments for this water, there is different technologies that they appeared during the last year. Some of them are conventional technologies, some of them are non-conventional technologies. So at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, I am specialized on non-conventional technologies for this kind of wastewater treatment. Some of them are based on advanced oxidation processes or advanced reduction processes. These processes, they use light, they use stimuli to degrade water through a catalyst or through another entity that react and generate reactive oxygen species to degrade these contaminants and allow us to reuse this agri-water. So the concept, as we said, it's a little complicated to get the concept, as there is no policy and no regulation in it. There is different recovery solutions. Until today, there is no one of them that is conventional. That no one of them is showing 100% efficacy in restoring these waters and putting them again to the value chain. So different aspects of revalorizing this wastewater is through PPPs. For example, I know that in Spain there is an alliance for private-public partnership to revalorize this agri-water and to put it again into users. The problem here is the technological limitations. So because what we started doing is we started tackling the objective, for example, in Spain and in Italy, but we didn't think about the pathway to do that and the steps needed to do that. And then there was a huge gap between the innovation existing in the scientific literature and the actual and conventional technologies that they can use it for revalorizing this water. And that reduced a little or blocked a little the reusage of this high amount of water. So different projects, for example, from the Horizon Europe, that they encourage the industry partnership, water industry partnership with research centers to try to tackle this problem, but still we are a little far away from revalorizing this huge amount of water. So different case studies, for example, in France, I know that there is advanced, an advanced step to revalorize this water, but still we are far away because we are just, revalorizing 12% of the totality of this agri-water. In the Arabic world, there is in Saudi Arabia the biggest desalination station that yesterday they presented here. Aqua Power, and they tried also to enter to agri-water, as it is a huge, but still we are far away from revalorizing this water. So for the policy and regulation framework, Angela will speak better about this subject. I put this slide just to initiate the discussion. So, myself, from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, I have been active in water restoration during the last 15 years. And I used different technologies like conventional technologies of wastewater treatment plants. The problem is that the agri-water that is entering to wastewater treatment plants, they do not get treated because the majority of the pollutants that they exist there are recalcitrants, like pesticides, antibiotics that they are given to some animals, to chicken, to pigs. They also go to the wastewater treatment plants, but they cannot be degraded because they are not biodegradable. So these recalcitrant pollutants, I tried to use different other technologies like photophantom, like phantom-based reactions, which are based in iron oxide. I used photocatalysis, for example. I used sonocatalysis, piezocatalysis, but still these technologies are not very, conventional. Today they are everywhere. They are investigated everywhere, but still they are missing the regulatory aspect and missing the standardization and putting a norm for that technology. So at the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health, we took some projects. For example, fresh water in Kenya that it was fully contaminated with pesticides, and water from in Egypt, for example, another project at the borders of the Nile river that they were contaminated with antibiotics. We tried to make some innovation with Korean industry, and we tried to put kiosks for clean water, for drinkable water. The tank kiosks are put in are on the site now, but they are active, but the scale up is a huge problem. At the cluster for biocircular economy in Catalonia, now we are trying to work jointly with the European Union to make a regulatory framework. And this regulatory framework, we just drafted a regulatory document, and we send it to the European Commission, and we are still discussing it. So now, for example, for this regulatory and policy aspect, I will pass the speech to Dr. Angela, that she's more expert about this subject. Angela, please.
Good morning, everyone. I will speak a bit about policies of European Union for water regulation, because I worked for European Commission, and recently I also work a bit with Lithuanian Environmental Agency, and as Sami said, with UN Environmental Programs all incorporated, but my major, competence lays with European Union. So please, presentation. So next slide, next slide, yeah. Next. Can you give me this one? Yeah. So I miss these introductory slides and go to review how in European Union we regulate, water treatment. So we have a so-called Water Framework Directive, which is very innovating and updated, some in each few years. It entered into force in year 2000, so it's already almost 25 years we have a Water Framework Directive, and the directive in European Union means that European Commission, Parliament and Council, they issue some framework regulation which then has to be transposed to national laws of EU member states with maybe some variation, but there are some benchmark indicators which are put in directive and which should be met by all member states. If they are not meeting these benchmark indicators, they are getting fines from Commission. They can get warnings and then fines from European Commission. It's compulsory to meet, indicators which are included in Water Framework Directive. This directive foresees 6 years periods for water quality, and quantity monitoring, quality by ecological and chemical status, and quantity for groundwater also by quantitative status. And each 6 years, member states should submit to European Commission reports which are assessed and then recommendations given back to EU member states. So for surface waters, for ecological chemical status, there are maybe around 20 different indicators by chemicals and by microbes and so on, which are monitored in surface waters. And for groundwaters, there is chemical status and quantitative status. For example, in Lithuania, recently we have almost 500 so-called water bodies, some parts of rivers or lakes, surface waters, which are monitored for this reporting periods, and data are aggregated. These are very, very detailed data. And 50 water bodies, rivers and lakes, they monitored each year. Some of them not each year, but for 6-year reporting period. So it's a lot of work is done, let's say, to meet the directive requirements. As it relates to groundwater quantitative status, that it would be enough water also for agriculture. There is a benchmark indicator that by 27 at the latest, the quantitative status of all groundwaters should be good. There are some, high, good, moderate. There are some categories following different quantitative measurements, which are then transported to this qualitative categories and given in reporting stage. So for example, now switching. Not good in managing. Put it back, please. Yeah. So, I think one up. Yeah, for good for one up. Now I need not back. Yeah, for water and agriculture, some wanted to speak on this panel. We indeed have some problems in general in European Union. Almost 24% of all groundwater, surface and groundwater, is used for agriculture. Some said in Spain even maybe 80%. Some countries are lower because they have less heat and they have better water management techniques. So now 24% of water abstraction in EU goes for agriculture. It decreased by 28% since 90. It's quite a big decrease, and also especially we monitor also it's included also in CAP common agriculture policies to monitor especially nitrogen and nitrates, because a lot of pollution, for example, for groundwaters, they are getting from agriculture. So there are also in common agriculture policy some directives and some benchmark indicators, especially to control surface water pollution from agriculture. So now, as it relates to, let's say, to dependence of groundwaters on agriculture abstraction. So here there are some maps for surface and groundwater. As you see, almost more than 40% of ground and surface water bodies, especially Spain, is dependent on agriculture abstraction. So it's indeed where some lives and works. It's a big still problem. And, for example, Spain, also France, Netherlands, Italy, let's say Hungary, Greece, Czech Republic, and a bit also Germany, and as I see, it's also Sweden. These countries where we monitor some problems related to agriculture pressures and towards water abstraction. So these are, very, very, very brief overviews of what the situation in EU and what we're doing. And what we're doing, and with this I will end and give floor to next panelist.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angela. Now I pass the speech to Dr. Kamal, who will speak about a new technology, about I pass the speech to Dr. Aysel, who will speak about new technologies of revalorizing agri-water, especially in source-constrained regions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for, first of all, your invitation. And as my field is food safety, and to take into account and the EU directives, Codex Alimentarius, MRL, um, regulating of MRLs in fresh foods and etc. I will touch and tackle this topic on this field. And already most of you and the esteemed professors touched pesticides and contaminated water. I want to mention that contaminated water in agricultural field getting hard and challenging, and we are face to face with food safety issues on this. And to prevent all these issues and to eliminate these challenges, we need to be careful. At least we need more strategies to apply on it. And what are these strategies? I think so. The first strategy in this point it must be well-targeted subsidies, and at the same time low agricultural interest loans. Together, applying together these strategies, I think so, through the farmers, it will be help to eliminate these challenges in the global view and global point. In other way, and in other hand, we need to take consideration water cycling system strategies, which is developed in nowadays, but there is gaps on these too because the farmers is not educated well. The education and education of farmers and establishing the training centers on this position will be eliminate this challenge too. In the other hand, in the food safety sector, there are many problems on Salmonella, E. coli, and etc. And to eliminate these strategies is there are more research that study shows that for example, if we apply the strategies like how to say, if we apply the strategies to the water recycling systems, like to eliminate the pathogens, bacteria from the water, and to apply this system, we will have the results like these harmful pathogens can eliminate over the 99% already. And if the study shows that we can't, we still face to face these problems, it means that again the farmers are not well educated. In other hands, there are more strategies like UV disinfections or nanofilters or and etc. This kind of strategies to clean the water from the agricultural water. As we mentioned, as you mentioned before, that 70% of agricultural water, fresh water, used for in these points. So we need to take into consideration and eliminate the challenge by applying these strategies together. And we are talking most of innovative approach and strategies, but we are not focusing on how to scale these strategies. The main point is here that to scale these strategies will help us to define and eliminate this challenge. I want to give an example in other side, like how we can reuse this contaminated water with pesticides or other pathogens in how to saving to application of pesticides. Like if we have nanotechnologies like sorry, I forgot this terminology to explain my opinion, but I want to mention that uh, there are more systems like if the water is contaminated, of course there is a more nutrient level, and there is a system and strategies like that. With these strategies, phosphor or nitrogens from this contaminated water can be converted to fertilizers. So we can, if we use these strategies, apply these strategies, we will not have only agri-water safe and food safe technologies, and at the same time we will have the pesticides free foods, fresh foods. I don't want to take your time more, but I think so that all these strategies together and the education of farmers will help to enrich and eliminate these challenges in good way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aysel. It's very instructive. Yeah, I mean, educating agriculture main force is not that easy, because the majority of agriculture workforce does not how to say acquire that skills that fast. But this is a step for the future that we should do. But now I would like to tackle new technologies like AI, like sensing, and like teledetection, like the specialty of Professor Hisham, that he wanted to talk about now for waste this category of wastewater. Please, Dr. Hisham.
Thank you so much, Christian, for the great panel, and for all the esteemed speakers who made very meaningful presentations. I cannot agree more with you about the usage or the over usage of the freshwater resources into agriculture. Actually, I'm involved in one of those cases in Egypt, for instance, where a country which depends on 97% of its water intake comes from the River Nile, and the other 3% ranges from wastewater management, underground water supply, precipitation, or recycling. So very, very minimal amount of other resources or desalination. But 97% or 96% of its water source comes from the River Nile, and from that 80% is used for agricultural purposes. So a lot of water is I wouldn't say being wasted, but agriculture takes a huge portion of that water intake or the water budget. So maximizing the usage of water and being able to close this loop, the circular economy, we need to be able to use different kind of technologies which can be useful at different stages of either monitoring water quality usage or optimizing irrigation, as well as assessing the impact of agri-waste water. And when it comes to these three categories, remote sensing and earth observations can play one of the leading roles in all of that, because remote sensing, as we know, satellites provide us with different ranges of spectral view. So we are able to observe in different regions of the spectrum, and based on that, you are able to identify different properties or characteristics, be it serving the monitoring component or the assessment of water quality, or even checking on the economical impact of valorizing the water or from these technologies. And let me give you a few examples here where satellite technology is able to identify some properties of agriculture, when it comes to soil moisture, or when it comes to different kind of nutrients, as you mentioned, nitrates and phosphates. You can assess how much nutrition is needed, how much fertilizers are needed, how much water is needed. So you can provide what we call prescription maps for different kind of agriculture and different kind of crops, and that will maximize your water usage, or making sure that you are not overusing, or you are not wasting a lot of water. At the same time, you can also assess water quality, or you can assess plant healthiness. and see the impact of utilizing these technologies, how much is working, what is the economical impact of applying these technologies on the agriculture sector. So I see remote sensing as one of the ways where it can close the loop and can really help to achieve a value chain where you can make sure that the impact or the economical impact is taken into account, and you can assess how much benefits are being utilized from these different kind of technologies. Right now we have high resolution systems in terms of spectrum, high resolution systems in terms of revisit time, as well as lots of advances in technologies of nanosatellites and CubeSats, where they are able to provide you with observations at the day level, at the hour level. So your way of monitoring or assessing can really be advanced dramatically once these kind of technologies are taken into account. I think I covered most of the basis where satellite technology can be used to address different layers in this whole circular economy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham. Now, another aspect of biocircular economy that it is growing and growing very fast in Europe, especially in Spain, is anaerobic digestion. Anaerobic digestion, to revalorize the biomass, is using a lot of water. So just to give you a number, for managing 100,000 tons per year, it's a middle-size plant, let's say. It is using 90,000 meters meter cubic of water per year. And this amount is huge if we think there is these anaerobic digestion centers in Spain. Now there is kind of 262 stations, but the goal of 2030 is to have 1,500. If we think about 1,500 stations like these, treatment plants of biomass, and the amount of water that we are using and the amount of water that we are releasing from these plants, we will see different pools of wastewater, agri-water, that it is not used. And for the moment, for example, in the region where I am living, in Catalonia, there is a lot of growth of this anaerobic digestion. The growth of this anaerobic digestion generated a lot of water that cannot be used for irrigation, because there is no policy, there is no regulation framework, and that water is just stuck inside pools. And the companies, they are struggling to find a place where to release that water. So this is another bubble, for example, that it is growing and growing very fast, but until now we don't have any regulation. So as I mentioned before, at the cluster of biocircular economy of Catalonia, we tried to draft a text of regulatory text and send it to the European Commission. So we send it through the Spanish government, and we try to make this frame very useful for not just Spain but for all Europe, because there is a lot of agri-water in Denmark that it is used for irrigation, and today it's showing there is some toxic products on our plates, just because we reused agri-water. So this is one of the other aspects that they need a lot of attention, because they are used for electrification, for alternative gases, for alternative energy sources, but there is this kind of waste that it is biomass waste and the agri-water waste. Still, both of them, they are without regulation, and still both of them, they need a lot of attention. So returning to Angela, from a comparative point of view, what do you think, you that you worked with the European Commission, what do you think we are missing in this subject to make a correct or a just, let's say, regulatory framework for agri-water?
Thank you, Sami. in general, you are right. If you submitted proposal to European Commission, now a new commission is coming, maybe not in December, in January. Some commission is still pending approval. This matter, and each commissioner for common agriculture policy will be Luxembourgish, I think, and so they will do this WAC program for next 5 years, and it's a very good time to send proposals that it would be included in WAC program. As I worked also for common agriculture, let's say, policy, it been not, I never met, I worked for 6 years. It been no any regulation related to use of water quantity in agriculture. It been considered not that big program, just let's say pollution from agriculture of water bodies. And what you are raising, it's maybe indeed missing point in European Commission, but in EU-wide regulation and also adoption of new technologies. Europe, everyone tells, became like museum for clean technologies, and we do a lot of innovations, but we fail to implement. And here is a huge role of science and of letting Commission know that there are good technologies and how many funding we need to put them to market. But in general, as it relates to water policy, maybe Commission fails, maybe it will be put on new agenda, let's say, general water policy, because there is competition for water, not just for water. Let's say hydrogen is coming on agenda, and hydrogen production is something which requires a lot of water. There is not so many, maybe Germany, even in my country, Lithuania, where sometimes I go home, I live. People's protest because there are plans to build hydrogen plant, and they are afraid that they would be missing some waters already. Still, we have a lot of waters, but there are, as you said, biotechnologies and hydrogen energy technologies which will start using more and more water. The same as for electricity, for example, electrocars. Everyone still, we have not enough good calculations where from to take enough electricity for electrocars. What would be our policy, let's say in 35, when we have to refuse from petroleum cars? So this is something which has to come with new commission, and here there is indeed your role to send. We are missing sometimes very much, voice from the ground, from member states. And, Commission, as I've been before Commission yet, what I've been sending different articles, etc., just for free, just to raise attention, they've been immediately taken and read through. It's not that you send and they are forgotten. We are very much at good ideas and competitive Europe.
Thank you very much, Angela. Now, from a scientific perspective, as I have been working at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology for 15 years about wastewater treatment and about the revalorization of water. As I mentioned before, different technologies have been used, and these technologies, the problem of implementing these technologies is the scale up, because these technologies, they go directly from the lab to industry without that mid stage of semi-industrial scale industrialization. The problem is that using, for example, catalysis or using photophantom processes with nanoparticles, with nanomaterials, it's fantastic. It's cleaning water, it's degrading pollutants, but there is two, critical steps. The first critical step is the intermediate pollutants or the intermediate entities that we can generate during that degradation steps, and the other is the regeneration of the used catalysts. Because when we use a catalyst, the catalyst has a lifetime. You cannot use a catalyst for all the life of the cycle or for 10 to 20 cycles. I mean, the maximum amount of repetitions that I got, for example, from a very innovative catalyst that I used in my career was 7 repetitions. And after 7 repetitions, you find yourself losing kind of 40% of the activity of the primary catalyst that you put in water. Today, with the United Nations water, for example, they forbid using catalysis as a powder, as a suspended material inside water. It's a little forbidden, and money is not granted for that kind of research because the removal of that nanoparticles or that nanomaterials from the water poses a big problem, and the problem is generated or is adding to the capex of treating that water, because you need to remove that nanoparticles from the water, and removing them, it needs ultrafiltration, and ultrafiltration is highly costly for industry, and it adds to the capex of the treatment. It is not a conventional treatment, but it's very expensive for the moment. I know that in China there is new reactors about catalysis for wastewater remediation. There is activated carbon for the absorption of the pollutants, but all these solutions, they are still immature. What do you think, Dr. Hisham, about this kind of technologies, and what is your vision for the future?
I can claim that I'm an expert in these different kind of technologies, but I'm aware that, there is a lot of work still needed, and we are at some stage where some work is done, but it is not enough, because, as you mentioned, the scale up of such technologies requires lots of cooperation, lots of funding mechanisms, lots of partnerships at local and regional and global levels. And this is not yet there, so that's why we don't see the level of maturity that we are hoping for. I hope with these kind of meetings that we are attending right now, COP29 and the previous COPs, that we reach to a level of maturity where we need to understand that, more steps needs to be taken in terms of funding the right tools and the right resources in order to advance such technologies, which are going to be like the way forward in a planet where it's losing a lot of its fresh water, and with constant increasing population. So you will need to have different kind of technologies which will help you to reuse your water in a safe way and in a more mature way. That's my 2 cents on this topic.
Thank you very much. It's very instructive. Aysel, returning to your point of educating agriculture workforce, what do you think educating workforce about just pollutants, about new technologies, about existing technologies? I think it will be a little hard educating them or returning them to schools and to universities to get a qualified agriculture workforce. Give me your idea and your recommendations about that, please.
Okay, thank you. From the first, I want to add something about this new technologies. That if you are talking that using efficient water, we need to mention that on plant health sciences that we have drought-resistant crop varieties. We didn't touch it before, and these technologies is especially I can give an example, CRISPR-Cas9 technologies, which is the changing of this the genes of these crops. We can get drought-resistant varieties crops like such as quinoa and sorghum and etc. So we gain from this technology. We don't gain only that drought-resistant varieties crops varieties. At the same time, we get the hard root systems, which is this root system with the changing these genes. We gain the hard root system, which is resistant to the water, insufficient water. And at the same time, we we involved these strategies through the non-developed countries. For example, in I lived in Egypt 1 year, and I saw that there is not these strategies, at least more, but in the research in study always shows that we have researched, we get this result and etc. But we still face to face this challenge. It means that again and again the farmers' education is not developed here well. So there are more strategies, more technologies, more innovative approach, but non-educated farmers and their less education make us to face this challenge again and again. So I think so these new gen technologies can be applied for to solve these problems together.
Thank you very much. Just to finish our discussion, I will give you some examples. For example, about rice. Do you know how much water we need for generating 1 kilo of rice? We need 200 meter cubic to generate 1 kilo of rice. I mean, just taking this into consideration, and that water is considered as agri-water, that we cannot use it for another cultivation. Imagine that amount for 1 kilo, and imagine how much kilos we are generating in Spain. Now it's growing, in Portugal it's growing, China, India. All of them, they are generating rice, and they are using a hell of water to generate that amount of rice that it is going to every corner of the world. Other products as well. I mean, if you think about, for example, popcorn, it's the same. I mean, it needs a hell of water to generate a ton of popcorn. Then rethinking this value chain, rethinking all this agriculture water is needed, and it's urgently needed today. So thank you all for your speeches. Thank you for your contributions, and I open the floor for questions if there is any question, please. So it seems there is no questions. Thank you all for your assistance. We close our session. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Yeah, hello. Yes, yes, yes.
Hello.
Dr. Sally, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, this is Cesar Mukarzil speaking.
Hi, Mr. Cesar.
Hello,
So,
doctor, how are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, how's everything?
كتر خير الله.
Ali, he will be connected with us also.
He is ready to connect, but I'm not sure if he got the panelist message to
طب can you
join.
forward to him?
It's on Zoom. It's on the IT team has to give him the access.
Amin, can you hear us, Amin? Amin? Can we give Mr. Ali access? Because he's trying to access. طب Dr. Wissam is with us? Dr. Wissam was with us? Mr. Cesar, if you can forward to him, because the IT team cannot see him. Ali is inside. We still have Ali and Wiam. Wiam is in. Dr. Wiam, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Dr. Wiam. I think we are only waiting for Mr. Ali. Amin. Mr. Cesar, can you help in connecting Mr. Ali so we can start?
Yes, Dr. Sally, I'm here. Ali is connected on the link, but
Ali
it
is
seems that he
connected?
did not receive on the panelist invitation.
The one that you have, if you send it to him, it's only the only link that we have.
Okay, let me try again. It's the link, the webinar link, but the person has to receive a specific invitation as a panelist.
Mr. Cesar, can you please ask Ali to rename himself on Zoom so we can promote him as a panelist and so he
Got
can
it.
speak?
Yes,
Thank you.
this could be an option. Okay, of course.
Thank you.
We are just waiting for Mr. Ali to start.
Okay, so Mr. Ali is re-entering Zoom again, and he will make sure to rename himself. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Wiam.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
Any news about Mr. Ali so we can start?
He's on the link.
Amin? Still, we can't see him.
Mr. Cesar? Mr. Cesar?
Yes.
Yes, can you please tell Mr. Ali to rename himself on Zoom?
Yes, I already asked him to do so.
Can you ask him to tell us the name he's in with, please?
Okay, let me check.
Please, thank you.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cesar, we have to start soon because we have another session after us. So if he will not be able to join within the coming 2 minutes, we have to start. We just need to know what is his name. What is the name that he's using to join this link? It's a Zoom link. He can just press on it and he will be with us. Dr. Wiam, you are with us?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Cesar, shall we start? Okay.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out the connection with Ali, but please, if there is a need to start, please go.
Yeah, we have to start, and I think he is the third speaker, so he have time to join us by that time. Oh. Okay. Okay, we would like to welcome everyone today who's attending with us. If everyone can put the cask so they can follow what we are saying. Okay, thank you. We would like to welcome you again.
But they gave this one, no?
This is the mic, but... Okay, we would like to welcome you today at ICESCO Pavilion at COP29, Baku, Azerbaijan. Today, we will talk about a topic that is very important and crucial as enabler for all our work towards our transformation into a green economy. Do you hear us?
No. Can I change? The other one then. This one.
So everything is fine?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So as we mentioned, innovation is a main enabler in our journey, and innovation is at the center of the vision of ICESCO, and we are very glad today to have 3 main pillars and 3 main players at 3 of our state members, Azerbaijan, Egypt, and UAE. In addition to this, we have a great partner who are playing big role in helping a lot of our state members in their journey towards their transformation into green economy. So we will start today with, of course, the experience of our very dear country, Azerbaijan, and a very dear institution, which is called Azan. And before all, we want the explanation of what does it mean, Azan, for the people who are not very familiar with the Azerbaijani language. And today, we will be with Ms. Vijar Rustomov. He is the Executive Director of Innovation Center under the State Agency for Public Services and Social Innovation, Azan. He is overseeing the government innovation initiatives, and I will leave the space for him to talk about the massive initiative that were taken about Azan, as they were focusing on improving public services and transforming totally those services into smart services. Additionally, Mr. Vijay, he leads effort at Innoland Incubation and Acceleration Center for fostering Azerbaijani startups ecosystem and deliver innovative training through the Azan Innovative Development Center, collaborating with T3 Foundation. He is involved in the center to promote science and technology among students and researchers. Hello, Mr.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice
First
to-
of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting us to this panel, to this discussion panel. I would like to start with the name of ASAN, what it means. ASAN is the acronym of Azerbaijan Service and Network Assessment. And in Azerbaijani language, ASAN means easy, so ASAN service means easy services.
So it has a meaning in Azerbaijan language.
Yes, it
Okay,
means
great.
easy services. And at the core of the government in implementing innovation in Azerbaijan is to create sustainable and efficient systems, to embrace modern technologies, and of course to meet the needs of our citizens. And at the core of our strategy stands citizen satisfaction. ASAN as a pilot project was established in 2012 according to the decree of our president, Mr. Ilham Aliyev. It aimed to achieve zero bureaucracy, enhance transparency, to increase accessibility of citizens to services, and of course to improve public services quality through innovation. And now in Azerbaijan we have 27 centers across Azerbaijan and 7 in Baku and 20 in regions. Sometimes people mostly confuse innovation. Innovation is not only about technology. It's about mindset, it's about culture, and it's about how the people are engaged with new solutions. So ASAN service is a unique one-stop shop model, and also it's a holistic system. It has components such as softwares, such as digitalization, the integration of the government organizations that provide services within the centers, some components like trainings, especially focused on soft skills, and of course some assessment of performance of employees. From environmental aspect, I would like to approach to ASAN also, because by nature the consolidation of services and government organizations under in one center, it also contributes to reducing carbon emission. And recently we started a new project, we launched a new project, Transition to Green and Alternative Energy. And the total per year consumption of 27 centers is 90 million kilowatt hour per year. So by the end of 2026, we plan to zero net emission, and at the end we will be able to reduce 7,300 ton carbon after the launch of.
Which is considered a very challenging target for many countries.
Yes, through solar panels. And our citizen, we cannot call customer because we are a government, we call it citizen. Citizen satisfaction rate is 99%. 99%. And we are gathering feedbacks continuously. We use omni channels. We receive feedbacks through social media, through our call center. We conduct surveys within the centers, and then after gathering this information, we use some business intelligence and data analytics tools to get insights.
Actually, this point is extremely important because sometimes government, they focus a lot on delivering the service and they forgot, I will not say forgot, but I will say more, they prioritize delivering the service and they don't give the same priority to measuring the impact of what they are delivering to countries. And this is serious problem because what you cannot measure, you cannot manage and you cannot improve. So allocating the right focus also for measurement is something crucial to ensure that we are reaching our vision. And this is something I think Azan is very unique and very distinguished in their strategy about.
Our day-to-day operations and decisions are data-driven. We use different BI tools, we use different data tools, and based on this processing of this data, we get insights into how to improve our services. And another area where we operate is startups. Startups, we have
I think a lot of our young people here will be very interested in the support of startups.
Yeah.
One question, the startups that you offer your services for, only for Azerbaijani startups or you are open for other nationalities?
We have an incubation and acceleration center. It's called InnoLand. Azerbaijan is mostly referred as land of fire, and we called it InnoLand like a land of innovation. By now, 80 startups have graduated from incubation program, 40 startups from acceleration program. The total investment attracted by our residents exceeds $5 million. And to be close to startup ecosystem gives us many advantages. First of all, we can follow the trends. We are close to bright minds, and we have a chance to collaborate with startups. We prefer open innovation. Often we organize hackathons and some idea competitions. And according to these ideas, we're trying to implement it in Azan services. For instance, recently we started a new project on AI with one of our startup residents. Because we have a call center and we have non-working hours. It's after 6 o'clock. It works from 9 to 6, and weekends the call center doesn't work. So AI will help us to answer the calls during these.
So you are 24/7.
Yeah, 24/7. It's almost finished. 90% of the job is done, and we are always open to collaboration because we heavily believe and we understand that innovation thrives on collaboration. And we have signed 20 MOUs with different countries to share our knowledge, to share our Azan service model. And within these 20 countries, there are also state members of Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Uganda, Indonesia, United Arab Emirates, Afghanistan. The model has achieved global recognition. We have received 2 UN awards. Yeah, one for excellence in public services, the second is on digitalization. And last year in 2023, we were named as the best government service in the world by World Global Summit in Dubai.
Wow. Actually, what I'm so impressed about your experience at Azan, specifically at Azerbaijan at large, 2 things. Number one, that you are so much inspiring all young people, and your vision is very connected to the identity and the culture of Azerbaijan. And that's what you use in promoting innovation as Azerbaijan land of innovation.
Yeah.
And the other part, your openness, your extreme openness to other state members, to other countries, to promote what you have achieved and to promote your success stories and to make it available for others. And actually, this shows the collaborative spirit that Azerbaijan leadership and management have actually. And we at ICESCO appreciate this so much.
Thank you so much.
Most welcome. And we are very happy today to gather 3 of our state members from various regions. And we believe that the 3 has a lot to share and to present to our state members. We wish to have more, but unfortunately our session have limited time. But now we will move to another country, which is Egypt, that is presented by Dr. Wiam Mahmoud. Dr. Wiam is a professional with more than 16 years of experience in environmental architecture. She currently holds the position of Vice Director and Executive Director of Ain Shams University Innovation Entrepreneurship Center, IHUP. And actually, we were very happy to launch ICESCO Year of Youth from this IHUP. So we personally tried the services provided by more than 300 young people who came from the whole Islamic countries, and their experience was magnificent. They spent there 1 week, and they ended up into presenting outstanding simulation for ICESCO Executive Director event, and it was seriously a big experience for them that could really be a life-changing experience. Dr. Wiam, if you can share with us the experience and the vision of innovation at Egypt and how you are achieving this.
Thanks, Dr. Saidi, for the invitation, and thanks all for this successful event. Back to your question, I will share with you the efforts done through the Ministry of Higher Education as we are aligning with Egypt Vision 2030, the national strategy for higher education and scientific research, are grounded in 7 core principles, which are interdisciplinary, collaboration, connectivity, effective participation, sustainability, international reference, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship pillar, we will focus on promoting creativity, entrepreneurship, and interdisciplinary approach to drive knowledge-based economy. And under the leadership of His Excellency Professor Muhammad Ayman Ashur, the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, and recognizing the importance of this file, the Ministry has created the new position of Deputy Minister for Innovation and Scientific Research, held by Professor Hossein Osman, to lead these efforts. The key initiative includes establishing regional innovation hubs across 7 geographical regions, supported by capacity building programs to train university staff members in managing partnerships and driving innovation. Furthermore, international partnerships with France and USA have resulted in the launch of 22 interdisciplinary programs with France and 14 with the USA, aimed at enhancing employability and fostering innovation. And to keep all of these efforts on track, the key institutions that plays a vital role in supporting this ecosystem is the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, ASRT, which was founded in 1971. The aim of this organization is to promote applied research, addressing local challenges, bridging academic knowledge with practical solutions. Also, the Science and Technology Development Fund, STDF, was founded in 2005 to fund the impactful research and projects aligned with Egypt's Vision 2030 through enabling innovation-driven ventures. And finally, the Innovator Support Fund, ISF, was founded in 2019 to empower the young entrepreneurs with funding and mentorship, fostering innovative startups, and driving economic growth. These institutions play a vital role in advancing innovation, supporting entrepreneurs to drive Egypt's transformation into a global innovation. Our strategic priorities is to strengthen R&D infrastructure by building a research-based innovation centers and fund applied research in critical areas like renewable energy, water conservation, and digital technology. Also, we are trying to expand the innovation education through embedding innovation and entrepreneurship into university curricula, establish on-campus innovation hubs, and train faculty staff members to inspire a new generation of innovators. In addition to fostering university industry collaboration by building partnerships between academia and industry, enhance the competence of officers and create internship opportunities to connect research with marketplace.
Dr. Wam, your voice is a little bit cutting. If you can hear us, your voice is a little bit far.
Yes.
Okay, this is better.
Okay.
Your voice now is better.
Okay. In addition to supporting startups and ventures by launching funding programs for green startups, expand regional incubators and accelerators, and provide incentives for sustainable innovation. Also, we are trying to promote IP awareness by educating researchers on IP rights and IP protection laws, and create university IP units to help our innovators to commercialize their innovative ideas. We also trying to have a policy to support a regional empowerment by establishing a regional innovation hubs, promoting the public-private partnerships to foster inclusive innovation, in addition to build knowledge-sharing platforms by creating online hubs for collaboration, organized national innovation.
And I think this is also common part with Azerbaijan about creating platforms to share this experience and to connect young people. And I see what is very special about your experience at Egypt is championing innovation under the umbrella of scientific research and the Ministry of Higher Education. And this actually give too much focus on innovation that is led by research and ensuring that those researches are transformed into monetized project that could be registered as an IB accredited ideas. So I think this is something that really special about your experience at Egypt in innovation.
Yes, we also have a monitoring and evaluation to evaluate the impact by developing the key performance indicator system to measure progress, gather stakeholders' feedback, and publish annual reports to align all these efforts with national goals. Of course, these efforts, we are trying to have to position and build a resilient innovation ecosystem here in Egypt to drive the economic growth, support sustainability, and establish Egypt as a regional leader in the innovation and knowledge-based development. I hope it was comprehensive.
Yes,
and
very comprehensive, Dr. Wam. And actually, I'm so much interested in what you mentioned about resilient ecosystem for innovation. And this is something very important. Innovation itself, it is important, but ensuring that the ecosystem is resilient, very important. And we just came out of a big crisis, which is COVID-19, that have put everything into a big challenge and a big test for all of us. So it's no longer requested that we provide ecosystem for innovation, but is it to which extent it is resilient and can survive in front of shocks, crises, and everything else. So usually we say one of the main important factors to make the innovation ecosystem resilient is to engage NGOs. I know that in Egypt you are focusing or leading innovation mainly from higher education and research and everything, because you are looking for innovation that led by knowledge and by research. But to which extent you are giving space for NGOs to foster social entrepreneurship and social innovation?
Okay. Let me give you some facts about Egypt. Here we have about 28 public universities, 30 private universities, 20 national universities, and 10 technological universities, and 8 international universities here in Egypt. These institutions are distributed across Egypt in 28 governments, and the vision is to have 7 geographical regions to have in it regional innovation hubs. In each innovation hub, we have 3 representatives from industry, academia, and the society in that region in order to have a representative from all stakeholders in order to support this ecosystem and have them together to bridge this gap and to give the innovators and entrepreneurs the holistic approach to support these ideas in order to have that from, as we said, from zero to hero, as we said. We're trying also to have sustainable services for those startups in order to sustain their presence in the ecosystem here in Egypt, with presence to these representatives to serve the economic challenges in this region.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wiam, so much for exploring the experience of Egypt and innovation. Thanks
you.
for sharing all this. And actually now we are moving to our third experience today, which is United Arab Emirates. And UAE will be presented by His Excellency Ali Al-Hammadi. Ali Al-Hammadi is a professional innovator with more than 16 years of experience in innovation, strategic management, and governance. Currently, he's serving as the director of the Endowment and Miners Trust Foundation, Awqaf, Dubai. He leads initiative to enhance operational efficiency and foster impactful innovation. Hello, Your Excellency. Can you hear us?
نعم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
معكم زميلكم علي الحمادي من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. طبعا احنا اليوم بنبدأ نناقش أو نتكلم في نقاط معينة في الابتكار في دولة الإمارات. الابتكار عندنا نحن حطينا لها لموضوعنا اليوم 6 نقاط. هنا حطينا النقطة الأولى رؤية القيادة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في موضوع الابتكار. بدينا مع الشيخ محمد بن زايد رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. كما قال يعني الابتكار هو الطريق لإيجاد حلول فاعلة في القضايا الحيوية التي تتصل بالأولوية التنموية الوطنية وفي مقدمتها الزراعة والأمن الغذائي. وخذينا مقولة الشيخ محمد بن راشد أيضا نائب حاكم إمارة دبي، الابتكار ثروة مستدامة وأساس تطور الشعوب وتقدم الدول إلى المستقبل. دولة الإمارات اتجهت للابتكار كثقافة وعمل وأسلوب حياة. هذه رؤية دولة الإمارات قيادة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. النقطة الثانية هنا لريادة الإمارات في الابتكار. دولة الإمارات العربية تصدرت في سنة 2022 في مؤشر الابتكار عالميا. الابتكار جزء أساسي من رؤية الإمارات ل 2021 التي تهدف إلى تحقيق اقتصاد معرفي ومتنوع تقوده كفاءات إماراتية ماهرة. النقطة الثالثة اللي حطيناها وهي استراتيجية وسياسة الابتكار في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. في سنة 2014 أطلقت الاستراتيجية الوطنية للابتكار. 2015 أعلن أن عام الابتكار يبدأ من 2015 في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Declared the Year of Innovation in the United Arab Emirates, and a policy was adopted with a budget of 300 million dirhams. After that, it was adopted a week of innovation since 2015 until 2016. Then we moved to the month of innovation in the United Arab Emirates, organizing events, So the first year of this month of innovation, there was 1,250 events in the United Arab Emirates. And the fourth point is that there are some initiatives of innovation in the United Arab Emirates. There were a lot, but we would like to cite just some of them.
صندوق محمد بن راشد
So Mohammed bin Rashid Fund for supporting innovation is one of them. Was established with 2 billion dirhams to support initiatives according to the policies and strategies formulated. And there is another initiative, which is My Ideas, which was launched in 2016 in order to support and motivate public servants in order to change or to translate their projects into activities. And there was also a platform that was launched in 2016 to make the future, in order to support and motivate brains and to look for the best, excellent and innovative brains in the world. As you know, in Dubai, for example, we have the Museum of the Future, which is a beacon of innovation in order to find innovative solutions and define the future. And we have, for example, conferences and so.
Sorry for interrupt you, Your Excellency Ali, but actually, a lot of people, they were asking, what is the purpose of Future Museum? It's a very nice building, amazing. It's a state of art, actually. But as usual, when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, whenever he drew a vision or something, people sometimes they don't understand the value of it. But with time, it always proved that he is so right, because actually the Museum of Future is no longer just a very beautiful and state of art that looks very nice and attractive, but became an icon for innovation. Everyone have seen it across the whole world. And it became also an icon that the Arabic and Islamic world have a milestone for innovation. And innovation is not only coming from Western countries, but it is also located and shining at the Arab and so I believe after all this period we discovered that yes, this vision of creating the future of because all young people across the whole world now they know this icon, they can relate to it, to innovation, and it gives hope to them that we are capable and we have the capacity and we have a strategy and we are working towards it. Because I think if we will ask all attendees here, all of them, if they didn't visit it, at least they have seen it, they have seen the pictures, and they know what does it mean and what the symbol of this for the Arab and the Muslim countries.
So the first days that the future museum was being built, we see it being built and we see something different, and we didn't know what was it. And day after day, based on the words written on it, are which were poems and verses, and we found out that it supports innovation. And then we started putting questions: what is going to be? Is it a museum? So Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid says that we are going to have a museum for the future, because as something, it's new. It includes big labs for seminars and foresight for the future. and I hope that we will be using or sourcing resourcing from our Islamic and Arab traditions in order to build the future, to innovate. So we are in the Islamic world. We put questions on how we are going to develop our future and to build it. We have a rich culture. So today, concerning endowments, we have started to change and the methods and the things that we have. And one of the examples of the endowments, al-Waqf, that we have national endowments. And then we have endowments or Waqf, Islamic Waqfs, in order to support the poor. And then we have Salsabil, which is an example. Anyone who is poor, who is needy, can log in and he can benefit from Salsabil here. So these are very strong initiatives. We have an endowment for garments, for clothes. We have also an endowment for food. And you can, for example, we have an endowment for training, and I can say, for example, that I'm a trainer and I train a number of students, a number of trainees. I am going to train, so I can, and even the notion of Waqf, which is Islamic Waqf endowment, has changed. So
actually,
go back
Your
to the
Excellency,
starting point.
what is very distinguished about the experience that you are presenting today, that your organization, Al-Waqf, which is very related to the Islamic countries and the Islamic concepts, and it opens a big door for us as Islamic country to understand that we have speciality at the Islamic values and lifestyle that we can depend on. For example, the financial crisis that came in 2008, it showed to the whole world that we have something special in our lifestyle and our mechanism and policies related to Islam, which is Islamic finance, for example. And after the financial crisis, we have seen many international banks, they are adapting Islamic finance. And likewise, such organization like Al-Waqf or endowment, this is very crucial in social development and social coexistence and social coherence. And it is it's a model that we are presenting to the whole world about something that is very specific to our Islamic countries. And likewise, as we mentioned and as you explained, like the future museum, from the first look, it shows that it is coming from the deep heart of the Islamic countries or the Islamic culture. So your experience present the potential of our Islamic countries that is full of cultural speciality that could present something new to the whole world. And having the three experiences today shows that once we will be able to put our efforts together, we really can make miracles and open innovation for unlimited opportunities. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thanks for presenting the outstanding experience for UAE that focused mainly on creating the general knowledge of innovation, not only for special or professional people, but for public. You launched at UAE strategy for the whole country for innovation. And this strategy wasn't only for government organization, but for private sector, for entrepreneurs, for researchers, it was for everyone. In addition, I think this was one of the rare experiences across the whole world to qualify and build capacity for CEOs for innovation across the whole country in all government organizations. And this was a huge investment. I think the program, it took 2 years for graduation. So creating this caliber also was crucial and important in building the right resources and tools to make the right transformation. So we would like to thank you a lot for presenting UAE experience, which is one of our leading experiences in the whole Islamic world also. And if you allow me, we will now move to Mr. Cesar. Mr. Cesar is presenting SIA partners, and they are working with GIMI Global Management Institute. Mr. Cesar is a doctorate candidate in public administration from the University of Paris Dauphine, France. He has a master's degree in strategy and innovation from the University of Oxford and received a bachelor degree in the distinction of mechanical engineering from American University of Beirut. He has an extensive experience in helping many of our state members implementing their innovation strategies. So now we are moving to Mr. Cesar. From your experience, how can we help our state members to achieve their innovation strategy? Because we know that the majority of our Islamic countries now, they all have innovation strategy, and from the 3 experiences that we have seen, huge investment have been dedicated to this sector. So from a holistic perspective, and we know that SEA, it is an international consultancy firm that is providing services across the whole world. So what are the advice that you give to our state members in this regard?
Dr. Sally, thank you very much for the intro. And if you allow me, I would like to take the audience and my colleagues in the panel through a story. And I would like also to share my screen as well. So if you can just confirm that you are able to see my screen, so I can ensure that I'm able to go through the story in a proper way.
Okay, yeah, I think we can see your screen.
Yeah, perfect. So I was very pleased to hear the interventions from my dear friends, Ali, Dr. Biam, and Vusal. And what is kind of common is the triggers that would push governments to start looking at innovation and entrepreneurship and R&D to move forward. And if you want to summarize those into 3 categories, so one of those triggers to change are the disruption of the current reality, right? So factors that you are living in that are changing. Different circumstances, be it COVID, be it more people that are coming, attracting investments, especially the expectations of the citizens that are continuously changing. And this is a first push towards governments to start moving forward. The second one is the care, right? So we do care, and there are lots of people who care about government institutions. So many people want their processes to be quicker, faster, more efficient, take less time. Many countries today, many governments are looking for top ranks, so there is a lot of competitiveness out there. We need to be the first in many areas. We need to attract more people and so on. And we also have lots of wise leaders that exist out there, and they want to change how governments work to be more efficient, to be more recognized and more reputable. And the third one that is quite interesting are change seekers. So we do have lots of government functionaries who know that there is something is wrong, but don't know exactly what it is, right? So we want to change, but we don't know where to start. Some of them have seen a good practice, a nice practice, but they don't know how to bring it to life, how to make it real. And some others have done something that is maybe a proof of concept, an idea that was brought to life, but their leaders just killed this idea. So all these are an important way to start in and to look at how governments can move forward. Many examples are there. I was very pleased to hear, the practice from Azerbaijan, from Egypt, from the UAE. Lots of things are going digital. Whoever has imagined that in one platform, for example, we can have 600,000 e-signatures with the Estonian example. In Finland, for example, we started not talking about innovation, but anticipating innovation. So what innovation can look like in the future. An example in India, and we have also seen it in many other places, is one platform that is owned by the government, but connects private sector, government, academia, startups, innovators, and even researchers. So it's a new generation. In the UAE, now we are in the mid of moving to zero bureaucracy. So all services are going to zero bureaucracy. So in general, governments have evolved, and the mindset, as Mr. Vusal mentioned at the beginning of his speech, there is a mindset that is changing, and we need as governments to keep changing and to keep influencing this mindset. This is where innovation comes in, and innovation, as defined by the Global Innovation Management Institute, is always looking at creating and capturing new value in new ways. So the impact of innovation, we have all seen it, we have all touched it, we have all maybe thought of it and practiced it. And when we looked at that, it's eventually having a direct impact on services, on policies, bringing solutions to challenges that we don't know how to solve, creating this connection between the ecosystem, as you mentioned a bit earlier, between the citizens. And I like what you mentioned, Vusal, about the citizens, not the customers, and the government itself. The systematic approach and the cross-collaboration or cross-pollination between different parties of the government, and eventually how we can make the best use of technology to enable and to accelerate this whole process. Allow me here to share with you 5 types of governments that over time, and here I'm talking about a study that has been done, imagine, in the early 90s. So we're talking about 30 years ago, how governments could have used different ways to enable innovation. The first type of government is called catalytic government. So it's basically steering the idea, setting the course to success, rather than doing it themselves. And if you look at this type of government, it's a small government, it's a small entity that is running the show, but a very strong and empowered entity. It empowers all the government agencies. It has a very well-defined governance, and it basically pushes the differentiation that we want to achieve to get the pioneering aspect. The second type of government is a community-owned government. So we push this ownership to innovation to the community that we are serving. And this, if you want to look at the characteristic here, is, you see, the ownership is transferred to the community. It's more on the services that you offer to the community rather as just regulatory environment. And eventually we are a participatory government. So we let and we push the citizens to be part of the decision, part of the policy making that you are doing. A third very interesting type of governments that we can push to change the innovation mindset is what I call the let the gains begin, right? So it's the competition that government can create, the competition between government entities, between businesses, and between government and private sector. So this three-way triangular competition that is created is eventually has one ultimate goal: to get a higher return on the investment. At the end of the day, innovation is an investment of efforts, of time, and of money, and of resources that you are putting in place. And nobody likes to waste all these investments. A fourth type that is quite interesting as well is looking at a mission-driven government, which is more on looking at creating the rules rather than just following the rules. Looking at innovation as a centralized entity that is cross-functional across all government entities, and it's a government that gives a reward based on impact and on results. So eventually, I would give more budget as a centralized government to entities that are creating more value, but also capturing more value in my government ecosystem. And the fifth and last one that I would like to share with you today is the results-oriented government, which is more as well, that was a bit mentioned a bit earlier, looking at performance, looking at results, as you also mentioned, Dr. Sally, in your introduction. But look at these two elements over here. It says if you cannot see success, you cannot reward it. And if you cannot reward success, you are probably rewarding failure. And the last one, if you cannot
I love
acknowledge failure,
I love
you cannot correct.
this statement. I love this statement.
It's one important pillar, in my opinion, in the practice that we have done over the years with the governments. Tolerating failure is very, very, very important. Giving that chance to people who innovate and do not succeed, giving them the chance to succeed again, to innovate again. Otherwise, one bad quote unquote story, it kills the whole culture in an organization, and eventually it's very replicable. Last is looking at the whole thing as a more organized fashion. Okay, so today, this is what we call the HPI, or the High Performance Innovation Framework, and it has 4 main pillars. The first one is the innovation strategy. So we need to start from one common language whereby we have a good case for change. We know how much we want to impact, and we know how much we need to invest. So all these will be an important starting point to create the ecosystem, to see where we want to innovate. And one common practice that I have seen over the years is that governments would love to innovate. They start with a pain, with a problem. But then we open innovation left and right, 360 degrees. This is a practice that I have seen was not too successful because it was very, very, very broad. So one good solution for this is what we call fields of play or focus areas. And it's a simple matrix combination between the core businesses of our organization and the trends and the weak signals that are there. The second pillar of focus is the innovation discipline. And the innovation discipline starts with an important connection with the leadership, an important management system that you put in place, a behavioral change, and a continuous learning mechanism that is there. The third one is about the people, is about the capacity and the resources and the processes we put in place. And the fourth one, which is the innovation performance. And this is what I started with, is creating, but not only creating value, is also capturing value. And this is important as a sustainable impact to move innovation from a cost center for governments to a value/revenue generation center for governments. And it's a quite important factor. All this being said, let me summarize it and look at what could be the 5 takeaways from this for us as government leaders. The first and foremost is we need to keep on challenging the status quo. We need to be on top of all citizens' expectations, no matter what. We need to identify the pain, and we need to create the ambition, an engaged ambition with our citizens. Second, innovation should be a solid process. We should build capabilities, and we should keep reiterating. This is a continuous process. Third, we need to engage people and all stakeholders that are outside and inside. Number 4, we need to keep on believing that agility works. Adaptation, flexibility, speed, and most important, as also all my colleagues in the panel mentioned, collaboration. Number 5, and this is something I really try to convince government leaders to keep doing, is take risks. Not any risk, calculated ones, tolerating failure, and keep on fostering learnings, keep on learning over time. And guess what? This is a continuous process that we need to keep on repeating. The underlying factor for all this, Dr. Sally and everybody who is in the audience today, is the following. We need to keep in mind that we are here not to build today's government. We are here to build tomorrow's governments, for tomorrow's citizens, for the people, for the services, for the policies that are preparing tomorrow's citizens to be there in the future. So this is why we need to keep nurturing this mindset over time. We need to accelerate and keep on the right catalyst and enablers. And we need to build an ecosystem continuously. And most important of all this, and this is something many people would forget, we are here for a mission. We are here to serve. We are public servants for the citizens, for our colleagues and other government entities, and for the industries and the private sector. So this is an underlying factor that we need to keep as a belief, as a mindset, in order to drive innovation as a mindset, in order to drive entrepreneurship as a real activity that we do to prepare the future and make it a sustainable future for change. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Cesar. for the great takeaways and for the wonderful summary. Your presentation actually summarized everything. I have seen a couple of things that have been repeating throughout all discussion, which is mindset. Innovation is a mindset. So we have to have the right set by having the government have the right set and ensure that all leaders at all government levels have the right mindset. And I actually would like to repeat something that is very important. If you can see success, you can't reward success. And not rewarding success is by default rewarding failure. And this is something that we cannot tolerate with the pressure, the massive pressure of the current challenges like the climate change that we are specifically talking about. And here I would like actually to say the very famous quote of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Rashid: the biggest risk is not to take any risk. And we became in a period that we have to take calculated risks with the right mindset. I think this is a formula for innovation that we are all looking for. I can't thank you enough for today's session, for all the contribution and all the great experience that we went through, the success story of Azerbaijan, Egypt, and UAE. We wanted actually to have more and more experiences because we know that the Arab and the Islamic world full of great experiences. But inshallah, this is a start, and with the willingness that we have seen from all our state members, the platform will get bigger, it will become more inclusive, and we will invite more countries to share and to learn from each other. Before we close this session, I would like to ask all attendees if they have any comment or question that they would like to address to our panelists today. Thank you very much. I know that we have another session that should start now. As we mentioned, we just started the discussion and the collaboration, and inshallah it will not end. I know for sure that Azan, they are willing to take a couple of initiatives that will be inclusive for many of our state members. And before I conclude, I would like also to thank Azan and Azerbaijan for hosting all of us here and for the great organization for this great version of COP. We are so proud of you. We are so proud of what you have done. And every day we are getting more impressed of the great organization. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like also to thank SIA Partners for being with us today. And I would like to thank Dr. Wiam and Mr. Ali. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
can start. Yeah. You cannot?
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Okay.
Okay. One more instruction, Mr. For the panelists here, they will have this microphone. If they want to talk, they should not hold it from antenna. They hold it like this, not from the antenna.
Okay. I'll tell them. Okay. Start. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay. Good morning, everybody. And today we have a session on economic impacts of climate change on agriculture and predictive modeling insights. I'm going to request, first of all, the Executive Director, Ambassador Dr. Nafis Zakaria, to come and speak for a few minutes and give introductory remarks. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very good afternoon to everyone, distinguished panelists, distinguished audience. First of all, I would like to thank ICESCO and FACE for collaboration for this event. With ICESCO, we have very extensive cooperation. We have had 70 activities before this, and in COP29, this is the 5th event with ICESCO that we are having. So thanks a lot to the Director General and as well as Mr. Rahil Kumar and Mr. Sham for their support. And of course, Mr. Fahman, I won't miss him, the main linchman in this context. Now, this scientific knowledge has basically created a lot of awareness about the phenomena which is going around devastating the world. And climate change is not today's phenomena. Climate change has been developing and happening for many, many decades actually, or maybe for centuries actually. But with the knowledge and technology, it became more measurable, it became more obvious, and people were able to see that. So we have seen the devastations and the impact of climate change in the shape of, in the manifestations of hurricanes, floods, and temperature rise, and so on and so forth. You're familiar with the different manifestations in which we have suffered, the humanities has been suffering from the climate change. And I think the most important aspect of this, because of the climate change, has that the predictability has become lower. It has become more unpredictable, and the level of devastation has become unprecedented. There had been floods in the past, and there had been devastation in the past, but the scale of devastations has increased, and the unpredictability has actually aggravated the situation further. Now, besides the human being, which are should be the main actually center of attention and focus for all of us, because they are the main sufferers. But among the other entities that we have around us, the agriculture sector has become more vulnerable in the context of climate change. And this is important because this is directly related to the human beings, because food security has become something of a great concern nowadays. Food security was a concern in the past also. We are all aware of the Green Revolution that was in 20th century, which started in 20th century. And this is where, when the world population started to grow, the Green Revolution came in, because the food security became a challenge then. And at that time, the mechanized farming, the pesticides, the fertilizer that they were using, they had a very good impact in terms of the productivity of the agriculture sector. But in the long run, what has happened is, all of you know that how the chemical fertilizers have actually degraded the soil. So that, as of today, the calculations tell us that 1/3 of the land has been degraded. So I think now we have to again change the methodology and use technology more and more to make sure that we don't suffer this soil degradation does not continue any further. Now, you know about the chemical fertilizer, urea. how urea has been generating nitrous oxide and how nitrous oxide actually has been is a greenhouse gas which is 298 times in terms of increasing temperature more than carbon dioxide. So and then we are also familiar with the phenomena of nitric acid, the acid rain. We have heard about it. Now, COMSET, the organization that I represent, is an intergovernmental organization of 27 member states. We have a network of 25 centers of excellence across the globe, from Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the latest one has joined from Europe to us. So we have made clusters of these centers of excellence. There are 9 clusters. There is a cluster includes the biotech, food technology and agriculture, health and medical, ICT, clean energy, climate change, nanotechnology, water research, and material sciences. Why I have mentioned this? Because the worthy audience who are sitting here and those who are actually monitoring us online, they should be able to note it, and then the relevant issues that could be directed to us, and we would be more than happy to assist people in the developing countries. These centers of excellence are the great source of strength for COMSETs. One of our centers of excellence has actually developed biofertilizers, and instead of chemical fertilizers, they have started using biofertilizers, and they have also innovated to have the application of hyperspectral images to evaluation of biodiversity and agriculture processes. So COMSET stands ready to assist any country or any organization who partners and who wants to partner with COMSETs. We would be more than happy to assist you. So thank you very much. I wish everyone good luck, and I'm sure that the takeaway from this worthy panelist would be of great effect to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Nafi Zakaria. I am going to invite Dr. Raheel Kamar, the head of ICESCO, to give some brief remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coker. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to you all. And good afternoon. I have to look at my watch all the time. Is it good morning or good afternoon or what is it? We are lost in transition, lost in time completely. Dr. Zakaria very rightly mentioned all the problems that are associated with climate change and everything. Although, our predictive modeling has become better and better with time, and especially with the use of AI, I think we will have achieved a level of prediction which we have never seen before. But the problem is, the extreme weather events are something that you cannot predict. And that is something that we have to deal with, and that is destroying our agriculture all over the world. I'll give you 3 different examples. We heard one of our Kenyan presenters earlier, and she mentioned that in Kenya, 2025, they had a drought which devastated their agriculture completely, which devastated livestock completely, and everything died. The next year, they had flooding in the same area, and with the result that the horses and the cattle and the sheep were climbing on the rooftops to save themselves. So what do you do in such extreme weather events? The climate models are really not predictive enough to address these changes. But really, there are models that you can use for better prediction. I was president of COMSET University, one of the centers of excellence of His Excellency, and one of my faculty member, he used remote sensing to predict in the Sahiwal area where to grow wheat and where higher yields would be achieved for wheat. And we saw in the subsequent year, when wheats and all this were grown in those areas, they had a 20% increase in output. And that is something which is very encouraging from these models that we can use, and remote sensings and all that we can use. One of the worst examples is probably from Indonesia, and we were seeing a very well-made video yesterday by one of our partners, and they showed that their rice growing areas next to the coast, they were getting, because of the rise in the coastal water, and there was a higher rainfall, and the rivers were coming over there also. Their area got flooded completely, destroying their rice fields completely. What do you do in such cases? Climate change is a reality. Maybe the West doesn't believe it, but we are seeing examples of it on the ground. We did not create the problem, but we are the ones who are suffering from these issues. There are predictions that by 2030, the sea level due to melting of the ice caps and all that will rise by 0.5 meter. And then, UK coast will get flooded also. Maybe then we will come up with a solution to these things when the reality hits home. Right now, only the developing country are suffering because of the adverse consequences. I hope we will be able to develop better models, especially to predict extreme weather events, so that we do not suffer from these adverse effects of the climate, especially our agriculture. People are suffering anyway, but our agriculture is getting devastated completely. Thank you very much, and very warm welcome to you all. I hope we have an excellent session. I would like to thank His Excellency Ambassador Mavish sitting there, Huma, and all the other colleagues. Thank you for collaborating with us on this excellent panel discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Salah, please. Brief remark. Time is short.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll address the elephant in the room, actually. Thank you very much for bringing up the chemical fertilizer. I understand that the problem exists. But what we've done is, what we are trying to do with the predictive modeling by FFC in 4G fertilizer, we're already trying to establish those models for the farmers, whereby the farmers can understand where the problem exists, where it can come. I'll just give one example quickly. You mentioned floods. There was pest and locust attacks. There were massive attacks in Pakistan a couple of years ago. So through predictive modeling, what we are trying to do is we are trying to predict to the farmers where to expect and what steps they can take initially, so that those things can be sort of avoided. So these things, climate remains a huge change. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and whatever role especially the fertilizer industry can play, we are of course ready to play. Looking forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to invite our distinguished panelist, Dr. Vinay. Please, if you can take this chair here. Do that. Abdulaziz, please. Hamid Abbasi. Where's Hamid Abbasi? Oh, not. Okay. Shamsul, please. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Just sit in the middle. Yeah. No. I'll just stand. I mean, I've been sitting all day. Okay. All right. I think we start our discussion. Dr. Vinay, I mean, if you can please introduce yourself. You're part of United Nations, so let's start with United Nations.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the invite. So my name is Vinay Nangia, and I'm research program director, soil, water, and agronomy.
Hold it.
Like this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I lead a research program globally on soil, water, and agronomy. ICADA is a CGIAR center specializing in dryland agriculture. Almost 50% of the global agricultural area is described as drylands. So we serve a territory from China to Morocco, and it's a big territory that we are trying to serve. And almost 80% of the smallholder farmers live in the dry areas. So it's a lot of farming communities, smallholder farmers that we are trying to serve here. So that's about me. That's about ICADA. I'm based in Rabat, Morocco, and that's where I'm coming from.
Please pass on the mic to your neighbor from Morocco. Abdulaziz, please introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Abdulaziz Hajjaji. Yeah, I'm from Morocco. I'm responsible on climate change programs under the Islamic Organization for Food Security. That's it.
Okay. And Shamsul, please introduce yourself.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Shamsul Bahamama. Now I'm the group CEO of MGTC, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation, under the Ministry of the Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability. So what we do, there are a few core programs that we do. Number one is on creating climate action programs, right? Creating green growth to the economy, as well as public awareness. So again, thank you very much for inviting me over as a panelist. Thank you.
Shamsul, since you have the mic, I give you the first chance. Let's do it this way. Does anybody have presentation? No. Okay. You have 3 minutes. Let's talk about the impact of the economic impact, of climate change on agriculture. Let's start from there, and then we'll come back to Vinay.
All right. Thank you, Minhaj. I think this is, it goes without saying that the impact is huge. It's devastating. You have droughts, you have floods. But what I would like to mention here is that they can be avoided, because you mentioned, we have all these predictive analysis on modeling on how to actually have adaptation to be put upon, and they can be avoided. But again, there is this lot of other challenges this required. Where would those agriculture areas be positioned at? And some of the areas, if they are close to the rivers, which would have the best access to water supply, they have to be placed other areas where it takes a lot of financial commitment to actually channel those water over. Yes, again, but those challenges can be met, and I believe that with certain technologies provided that is accessible currently, we could be able to meet the food security issues. But I also would like to talk about other matters that we need to look upon. It is not just looking on the request of financial assistance from abroad, but also to create our own wealth. I will get into that later, Minhaj.
Yes.
Because I think this is an issue that we need to really understand well, on how to ensure that each and every nation could be creating their own wealth rather than depending on financial assistance from abroad.
Okay. Abdullah, your opening remarks, please. The subject here.
Yeah, thank you so much. As Excellency says, yes, climate change is one of the most important challenges to agriculture, to food systems, and to food security in general. In this context, the Islamic Organization for Food Security, as a specialized organization under OIC, is created to ensure food security for our member states. So we have 42 member states, and we work closely with them in this domain. Climate Smart Agriculture is one of our programs, active programs. We work in different regions, in different continents. So recently I just came from west of Africa, where we implemented several projects. I think we will have time to discuss more about what we are doing for our member states.
Okay, great. Renee.
So climate change happens over a long period of time, and farmer wants to de-risk his agriculture, and he wants near real-time information to make informed decisions. So it's more on the weather. And climate change modeling has been going on for a long time, and literature is proving that all the climate prediction models are proving to be wrong, because it's becoming more accelerated, more erratic, and whatever we knew about what is expected to happen today is turning out to be wrong. The things that were supposed to not happen till 2030, 2040, 2050, we are seeing that they're happening now. So it's not that the climate change models can help the farmer get relief today. It's the weather that he wants to get a good handle on, the precise weather forecasting, when to plant, when to irrigate, when to fertilize, when to call labor to prepare the land, because monsoon onset is expected in coming days, when the monsoon is delayed and he should change the choice of crop. There's so many decisions a farmer wants to take, and if we can de-risk the farmer's investment, then only he wants to invest in, say, water-saving irrigation or fertilizer, because he knows that these investments will pay off. So how to de-risk agriculture using predictive modeling and give him information that is short-term, 1 week, 2 weeks in advance. That is more useful to the farmer than climate models saying 10 years from now your planting window will shift by 1 month. Yep.
Okay, great. Now, Dr. Vinay, let me continue with the subject that you have said. I'm going to quote one Chinese philosopher. He said that yesterday's history, today is a gift, and tomorrow is a mystery. Okay, so the prediction matter is still a mystery. But today, I mean, what are farmers, especially we have some guests from Africa here, if they are not educated, if they don't have the predictive tools, how are they going to take care of, what they should sow and what they should not sow?
It's a very good question. So most of the funding and discussion is all about climate change mitigation, which is to safeguard from future. Farmer wants relief today. He is more interested in climate change adaptation. Like the climate smart agriculture you're talking about is what he is looking for. How do I adapt to what has happened in the past, present, and near future? And that's what, at least at ICADA, we are focused on, is developing climate smart varieties, salinity tolerant, heat tolerant, short duration, low water requiring. My own team that is responsible for digital agriculture gives open access, freely available smartphone applications that send out advisories to farmers, not in technical terms. Like if you tell a farmer the wind speed tomorrow will be 50 kilometers per hour, he doesn't know if 50 is a big number or a small number. Does he need to worry or not worry? You have to say it'll be windy, please do not spray pesticides because that'll go waste. Yeah. So how to translate data into actionable information that a farmer can digest and take benefit from. Yeah, that's what we are working on developing sensors, IoT devices that have open access, dashboards that have insights from our agronomist, entomologist, to make sense of all this data and then translate into an advisory that is meant for that farmer, not a blanket advisory for everybody. On his location, for his day, for his soil, what should I do? So we have smartphone applications like in Egypt, in India, in Morocco, where based on the farmer's GPS location, it will tell what is the soil, what is the weather, what is the 14-day weather forecast, which crop to plant, when to plant, what crop yield can he expect, because that's the potential yield for that site. This is the maximum you can expect. You can't breach that limit. Yeah. So he knows how much am I growing, how much is the prediction, and how much yield gap can I bridge by investing in better fertilizer, better seed, etc. So we are trying to give that information in the hands of the farmer. And just like how a doctor carries a stethoscope or a blood pressure device, we give extension agents, green seekers, NPK testing kits, so that you can do on-the-spot diagnostic and tell you need urea because you are nitrogen stressed. You are applying too much of potassium, it's of no use. Yeah? Or we can say you have a chlorophyll deficiency because your leaf is turning yellow. You need fertilizer, not more water. So extension agents can give precise advice to the farmer what to do, when to do, based on the spot diagnostics. At the same time, our smartphone application are using analytics to tell the farmer what can he plan to do in the coming days. And that's how you de-risk agriculture, de-risk his inputs, because farmer doesn't have deep pockets to invest in something that will pay off a decade later. He wants investment for immediate return on investment. Most of the time, farmer doesn't even own the land. He rents the land. And he doesn't want to be waiting for something that will take long return time. So that's what we at ICADA are trying to do. Varieties, digital agriculture, so many different interventions to help the farmer benefit from this advisories, not just the decision makers and what's going to happen with climate 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
Again, picking up on what you said, you are providing digital information to the farmers in the field. But if I do just any kind of just a raw data, I mean, are the farmers really getting that information? Are they using it? And I mean, what are you doing to make that information accessible to a farmer that may not be able to even afford a handphone?
Okay, that's another good question. A farmer cares to listen to you, provided the advisory helps increase his top line or bottom line. Either production should go up or productivity should go up. Otherwise, if you say it will save you water, so what? Water is almost insignificant part of your cost benefit analysis. Yeah. But if you say using my advice, even with 20% less fertilizer, you will get the same yield or higher yield. Or if you switch to drip irrigation, you can start growing a cash crop instead of growing a barley or a wheat. Yeah, those kinds of striking a conversation with the farmer where you're talking money. So you are optimizing the inputs so that you are enhancing the net farmer income. That's when farmer cares to listen to you, because you're talking his language. We are talking like a businessman and not like a scientist saying it's good for the environment, that's why you should do it. Yeah. So most of the times farmers are inclined to subscribe to our models, our smartphone applications, when they see a neighboring farmer who has benefited. So because seeing is believing. Yeah. And secondly, they want to make more money at the end of the day. So if they can de-risk, I have seen like a farmer who participated, who planted at the right time versus another neighboring farmer who was not a participant and planted 80 days differently from our farmer, and because of flooding lost his crop. Yeah, ours waited, this guy didn't wait, and then he lost all his seed, his fertilizer, his labor, everything. So seeing is believing, and when you're talking about cost benefit, that's when the farmer wants to get into a conversation with you. So this dialogue has to happen at a level that's understandable by the farmer.
Thank you. Abdulaziz, now IOFS, Islamic Organization for Food Security, you have 42 members. Do you have any kind of mechanism to give information to the farmers, or any projects that you can mention where the farmers, they got some help from you and increases their yield?
Thank you for the question. So IOFS is not a research organization. We are not doing research, but we are working on collaboration with other organizations that are doing research, and we are, as NGO, we work in collaboration with the governments to implement and sharing technologies that as ICARDA is doing, or other organizations. To address these challenges of climate change, of course, we have to thank, as my colleague said, adaptation, day-to-day techniques, what to do, and also we have to think for the future. Here I would like to mention that IOFS is working on establishment of gene bank as one of the good projects for OIC. It will be in Almaty, south of Kazakhstan. And we will start with our strategic commodities. We have rice, wheat, and cassava, but we are focusing now on wheat, as all Swana region are cultivating wheat. So we are in contact with our government to receive their varieties and to stock it in Kazakhstan for the future. As day-to-day adaptation, so we would like to thank ICESCO. I recently conducted a project on biochar as one of the key to improve the quality of soil. Good. Also, I personally came from West Africa, from Benin and Nigeria, and we conducted a very good project related to the compost, the use of compost to improve the quality of soil. So this is kind of techniques that we can do day to day to improve the quality, to address the challenges of climate change. Also, His Excellency mentioned floods. Yes, we made analysis for floods for our member states. We will find 8 countries at very risk related to floods, and Pakistan is one of these countries. So we are preparing Center of Excellence for floods. It will be in Pakistan. So till now we have member countries that we are working with them, and we are receiving their feedback to establish this project.
Thank you. Shamsul, so far we're talking about the digital education and education in general for the farmer. Now, you are heading Malaysia Green Technology Corporation. Do you have services or in conjunction with other ministries that again provides information to the farmers on what is happening today and what they should do to prepare today and not what may happen tomorrow?
Okay, thank you, Minhaj. I'm holding two hats. I'm the head of the Climate Change Corporation in Malaysia, and I am also a farmer. I have a piece of land that I started 5 years ago, and what I have done when I involved myself into farming, the government provided a lot of awareness program on number one on irrigation. They came to our farm and they looked at the area on how to provide water so that water is accessible. I mean, is easily to be accessed. They also taught us on how to dig wells. So we have various areas that we can just obtain water freely from the ground, as well as to avoid certain areas that are prone to floods. So we raised the particular ground and we built some irrigation so that the water could flow back to the rivers. So those are some of the measures that the government are looking at. So yes, the education part is very important. It is extremely important so that the farmers know. But on top of that, we're also looking to educate the farmers on, because agriculture is an industry that contribute to the climate change.
Yeah.
That goes without saying. So how to convert and utilize fertilizers that are organic instead of using chemical. So these are the education that the government are putting in, and by understanding that, only then the farmers could realize that you could create better yield, as mentioned earlier on, having biochar, for example, right? Because I would like to emphasize on the circular economy part of it. You could be producing your own waste, but you could be using those waste to benefit you, instead of rather looking at other means of meat products to actually enhance the yield. You mentioned as well on compost. So those are the ones that farmers should be looking at. Not only looking for technology to be provided, but using whatever that you have. Plants can be converted to biochar using pyrolysis process. And that particular process is accessible and would not be requiring a lot of financing if you were to use it for your own farming.
Okay. Now, so far we have discussed about the education part and using your own resources. My belief is, and by the way, I mean, I'm a technologist and at the same time, I'm a farmer too. I live on a 61-acre farm and I also run a greenhouse, solarized precision agriculture greenhouse. Now, one of the things that I have believed that if the farmer is poor, the country will not have food security. So, and then looking at the prices of food, they're continuously going up because the input cost is going higher. And I was looking at some of the data in the United States. This year in Ohio, Indiana, those areas, the corn yield was only 25%. Not only that, the corn was rejected because of aflatoxin. Now, I don't think anybody here, other than maybe Dr. Vinay, may even know what is aflatoxin. Our farmers have no idea about what is aflatoxin. Aflatoxin is dangerous for human consumption. I mean, if you're consuming corn, it is dangerous. Now, how to make agriculture affordable for the farmer so that when the consumer goes to the market, they are able to purchase food per kilogram price has to be reasonably affordable. What can we do? I mean, now let's move on to the solutions. We know that, like Dr. Vinay said, climate is unpredictable. So, but what are the solutions that you may have in Malaysia or other places?
Okay, I will share what Malaysia have done. Number one is that every day we have this price index to be published. So each farmer would actually understand how much their produce can be sold to the market, right? But we also have programs on contract farming, because to us contract farming is very important. You don't produce your agriculture crops that are similar to the ones that produced by the other neighbor, right? You need to have a contract farming so that it can be determined on what is the amount of requirement for that particular day or for that particular season. So through contract farming, which I've already subscribed when I became a farmer, they will tell us what sort of seeds that is would be best used within the certain season. They would teach us on the irrigation part of it, on what sort of fertilizer. So all these programs need to be top down from the government to the farmers so that they could understand well, and it works. Malaysia, the area is not that huge, and we are still depending on importation of food products. But we are coming down to the farmers to make them realize that their produce are important in terms of food security, and by doing so, then only we could actually have the farmers be able to sell at a price that would benefit them in terms of making profit, right? As well as ensuring that there won't be a glut in the market, that each one will be producing the same sort of product. So in Malaysia, we have centers throughout the whole of Malaysia that would identify each of the area would grow what sort of crop. So it is easy for the government to take hold of those crops and sell it to the industry, to the market, but as well to ensure that the knowledge and know-how of ensuring that those particular crops by those farmers can have a better yield. So those are the programs that already been introduced in Malaysia.
Thank you. Abdulaziz, now, any of the projects that the IOFS is doing that are replicatable in other countries, so that, for example, we have in some audience here people from Africa, people from Egypt, and other people from Pakistan. How some of your projects, give an example of one or two that can be replicated by other countries, farmers in other countries, so that they can have food security of their own?
Yeah, of course we have to think by region first. So because the need is same. If we take the example of Central Asia, it's not like North of Africa.
Yes.
But in Central Asia, maybe 90% they have the same challenges. If we take the Sahel region, as we all countries are IFS member, also they have the same challenges. So for that, we have to think by region. And we have the model training farm to improve the profitability and enhance productivity for grains and fodder. We have this idea to be implemented in Somalia to help farmers, and it will be a kind of model for them to help them to produce their grains. No need to import from other countries. So we have this sharing of seed. It will be from Pakistan to Somalia, and from Somalia it will be as example to share the same idea, the same example with Afghanistan, with other country, and we can work like this. And by region, we look to the need of the region, and need to share idea like this.
Okay. Yeah. Dr. Vinay, you're working on soil. And we all know that it is the soil that matters to grow food, right? That's what it gives the nutrition. Now, according to your own ICARDA data, let me pick on that, okay? 40% of the soil is already degraded. By 2050, 90% of the soil will be degraded thanks to urea and pesticides and all the other chemicals, and the farmer commits suicide. I mean, we have all these herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, and then suicide. 200,000 farmers die every year because of acute unintentional pesticide poisoning. This is again your data I'm using, right? Now, how can we move the farmer away from all of this, all these chemicals, towards regenerative and natural form where the soil can be regenerated and the biota of the soil can help to grow healthy food for the farmers and for the consumers?
Good question. So in developing world, a farmer earns only 6 cents for every dollar worth of food he produces.
Yes.
Okay, the money going into a farmer's pocket is only 6 cents for every dollar worth of food. So if the food becomes expensive, it's not like the farmer is becoming richer. Yeah. So farmer doesn't have deep pockets to be buying and applying wasteful chemicals if he had better knowledge, better information on what's the optimum ratio of these ingredients that his crop needs. So it's not like farmer likes to over apply these things that contaminate the soil or groundwater or the crop itself. It's just misinformation, ill information, maybe indigenous knowledge, just thinking that over application is good. Maybe he's applying a wrong ingredient that the crop doesn't need, like it's something else that is affecting the soil. So we are at ICARDA, as part of our 2030 research and innovation strategy, which we launched very recently, we have moved into an area called low environmental footprint, profitable cropping systems. Okay, so just saying low environmental footprint and talking about biochar or solar panels is naive and noble, because at the end of the day, it's not profitable for the farmer, right? So it has to go hand in hand, low environmental footprint, profitable cropping systems, choice of crop. So what, for example, a farmer in Morocco, let's take the example of Morocco. If he grows wheat after wheat after wheat,
yes,
he earns about $600 a hectare in Morocco.
Okay.
If he grows lentil, $800 a hectare. What we at ICARDA have developed is low, short duration, 60, 70, 75-day lentil varieties, chickpea varieties, faba bean, that can grow in 60, 70 days. You do intercropping between wheat, between lentils, using just the residual soil moisture, without extra water, without extra land. The same farmer, by having this extra crop, is firstly growing a crop that does biological nitrogen fixation, so your need for fertilizer goes down.
Good.
Secondly, it's an extra source of income without the need for extra water. So the same farmer is earning $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 a hectare if he chooses a thing like a quinoa or onion or beans or something to intercrop between wheat or lentils. So you're looking at low environmental footprint, but you're talking the farmer's language that you will be better off because you will be making more money without need for additional inputs. Yeah. So this conversation, I want to keep coming back that farmer can get into a conversation with you, provided he's better off at the end of the day. The benefits of climate smart agriculture should outweigh the cost of adoption of that climate smart agriculture. You may have a fancy machine coming from a European country to do conservation agriculture in Morocco or Tunisia, but if the machine costs $25,000, farmer has to take loan to buy that machine, it'll take him forever to pay back that loan. Yeah. So you have to have a conversation where it makes sense to him. He's a businessman. We are just scientists. For us, it's a job. For him, it's a livelihood options. Yeah?
Yeah.
He will be out of business if he makes wrong decisions based on wrong choices offered to him. So I'm just saying, like, low environmental footprint agriculture is good, but it's noble and naive objective if it's not a profitable low environmental footprint agriculture. If you're offering him solar panels, tell him how to use it such that he can recover the investment in one growing season, 2 growing seasons, and then he breaks even and then he starts making profit. So that always has to be at the back of your mind as a scientist. What I'm suggesting, if it makes sense to me, how can it make sense to the farmer? Yeah. Because you have to think from the farmer's perspective. He's smart enough. He may be illiterate, but he's smart enough to know what is good for him, what is not. So if you can strike a conversation from his point of view, that if it's a no-brainer for me, in spite that farmer is not taking up what I'm telling him to do, where are the bottlenecks? Is it the technology itself that has to evolve, or is it the microcredit, or is it the access to market? Is it something else that is preventing the farmer to leapfrog, have this transformative change and not do what his fathers or forefathers were doing? What is preventing him from doing that? Why is he not taking that risk? Because maybe it's too risky for him. Yeah. So with that, I'll stop talking. Thank you.
All right. Now, here's another question. I mean, the machines are needed to have more growth. Otherwise, the countries, they will be always dependent on a handout or import. Now, the machines are not affordable. For example, I mean, in Nigeria, the most populated country in Africa, the average salary is about 30,000 naira, and naira has lately taken a big hit. I mean, exchange value has gone down. How can a farmer afford that kind of machine? And you mentioned that, but wouldn't there be a possibility that if cooperative could be established that will provide the machines to the farmers so that the farmers could even rent the machines or even pay back after their crop is harvested, something like that? I mean, would that be a United Nations solution to some of the farmers in Africa and other developing countries?
That's another interesting thing that you touched upon is farm mechanization, scale-appropriate farm mechanization. Most of the farmers are smallholder farmers.
Yeah.
Most of the machinery is meant for large land holdings, for heavy soils. And when you import these, you have to fit them in the local context, yeah, which is not easy. To just copy-paste something that works elsewhere will work here too. So what we at ICADA are doing is trying to take machinery that is meant from the very beginning for smallholder farmers, bring them, contextualize them for the local seed, local soil, and then try to do a transfer of technology so that they can be fabricated locally, either in the country or at least in the region.
Yes.
Now, we have an example of raised bed planter that we have introduced in Egypt.
Okay.
The original design came from South Asia.
Yes.
We had to bring some prototype. It took almost a decade because that planter was meant for only one kind of crop. We wanted to make it available for multiple crops. Same machinery can be used for sowing different kinds of crops. The seed size differed. So many things differed, the row spacing differed. So we wanted to make a model that a farmer would buy and could rent it out, could use it for multiple crops, rotation system, and not just buy one machine for one crop, another machine for another crop. So that was a bottleneck. After a while, we realized the machine was too heavy. And he needed a special tractor, a special truck to even move it.
Yeah, small wheel tractor.
So what we did was we have reduced the weight by about 75%.
Okay.
And now it can be towed with a lighter weight, low horsepower tractor.
Okay.
Another thing that we have realized is youth is not interested in agriculture. They would rather go to cities and do odd jobs, labor, anything except staying back in the village and trying to do agriculture. Because it's tough and it's not like respectable to be called a farmer today, which is unfortunate, but that's a fact. So what we are trying to do is how to engage the youth in agriculture. So one of the things we have introduced in Egypt is have GPS trackers on our farm machinery. And then we have a Uber kind of app where a farmer can see where is the nearest machinery that he can rent by the hour. He need not pay to buy a machine or share a machine, and it's very transparent because you know there's a machine 1 kilometer away that is available for me for next 5 hours. Let me go track that thing. So that's what we are trying to do here is trying to engage the youth, at the same time try to develop business models such that a farmer need not invest in machine of his own and can rent by the hour, by the hectare. And that way he is still adopting mechanization, but in a way that is suitable to him, is affordable by him. Because the rest of the year the machine just sits there, right? It's only the planting time that he needs a raised bed planter. He need not own it to use it for one day a year.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with the raised bed agriculture and the planters. One last question, and then I'm going to ask audience a few questions. Weather is unpredictable. What about indoor farming? I mean, it is no longer an option. It is going to be a necessity. So is that kind of a solution that ICARDA is promoting?
So without taking too much of time, I'll just give you one example. So controlled environment agriculture or this greenhouse thing is very important and the only option for desert agriculture, like the Gulf countries. Yeah. So what we at ICARDA are trying to do is how to make controlled agriculture environment friendly. Like for example, you have to desalinate water to start with. Okay. Secondly, you need air conditioning to cool down that system. There's so many things that have to be put together before you can have controlled environment agriculture. We at ICARDA, for example, have a new innovation where we have discovered that you need not cool down the whole greenhouse. All you need is cold water to be applied to the roots of the plant. So you just need to cool down the water and apply to the roots, and then 9 out of 12 months, you can just have natural ventilated greenhouses, which are called net houses. And no need for this. So that way we have saved 90% on energy, 90% of water, because most of the water goes into ventilating, into air conditioning, and 90% of the energy goes into air conditioning. So that's an innovation where you are trying to bring in the marginalized farmers who are unable to enter this market because it's exorbitant. The capex is so high to enter the controlled environment. But now by having these kind of innovations where you say you just need cold water, you can have a naturally ventilated green net house in a place like UAE, in a place like Oman, in Bahrain. 9 out of 12 months, you don't need air conditioning. So these kinds of trying to simplify, trying to make it affordable, and thinking of the people at the bottom of the pyramid who can also be uplifted rather than just the people who are already well off and trying to make them even more wealthy.
Okay. Please allow me to pass on the microphone to a few guests here. We have some gentlemen from Africa. Just a question.
Time come.
Thank you very much for the brilliant and incisive presentation. I'm more attracted to the ambassador's clarion call, where he said 1/3 of the land mass is degraded. And I was hoping he will, aside from the panelists, also give us some quick wins as to reversing the degradation. It's a fact that we know natural forces in the Sahara region is instrumental in creating dry lands, but Ambassador told us that urea and chemicals have also impacted on the soil quality and degradation. So I would want him to take us through other very smart reversals that we can deploy to reverse the degraded landscape. Also, your classical example of happenings in Nigeria is a statement of fact. Could you give us a guide on where the institute is located in Africa, where Ambassador says he is the chairperson? Thank you.
Okay. Huh? Anybody to answer?
He was talking to
Oh,
me,
okay. All right.
Thank you very much for your very pertinent question. I'm not a scientist. So I'm heading an organization that has got a network of science and technology centers of excellence. So whatever your question is, definitely we have a professor sitting here who is heading this network of center of excellence. He has noted that, and we will definitely address your question about that. But I think this is our job is to highlight not only the problems, but also address them in due course of time. So over here, we were here to just talk about what are the challenges that we are facing, especially in your continent. And I was about to ask a question that among the panelists, I have not heard about the soilless agriculture or farming. So I think that is one of the answers when it comes to Vinay mentioned about youngsters. They are getting away from farming and conventional farming, so they are moving to the urban areas. In the urban areas, you have mentioned that soilless farming is one of the solutions that should be applied.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, we have not enough time, but I just want to say some concluding remarks. There are a lot of opportunities for new businesses to come in this arena, in food security under climate change resilience, and climate change threat. We'll be more than happy to share some of those opportunities. There are also job opportunities. Soil-less agriculture of greenhouses, that is new area. There are a lot of opportunities there. In fact, I have solutions for that, but I'm being told, wrap it up. Okay, so we wrap it up. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can they hear me?
Yeah. You cannot hear yourself?
لا. Good morning, everyone. Can you please have your seats to start? Can you please have your seats? Hi, how are you? كله تمام. But we need people to be seated.
ما هم مش سامعين لانهم مش لابسين المايك.
Hi حسني. أنا رانيا. I'm Rania Sharshar, Director of Climate Action with IOM.
Okay. Where are you based?
جنيفا.
في جنيفا.
حضرتك.
أبو ظبي.
أهلا وسهلا.
تفضلي.
يعني let's wait until people join ولا ايه؟
تاخد الكونتاكت بتاع حضرتك؟
احنا في سيشن. ممكن ما نخلص؟
كلها ما اتسحبتش.
طب اقعد يا محمد. قول لي محمد.
خلينا نخلص؟
انا همشي. طب ليه مش مشيتوا؟ لا عشان عندنا سيشن، حد من التيم بتاعنا عامل سيشن واحده برضه. رايحين لها.
طب احنا الناس جايه ولا لا؟ طب ليتس ممكن دكتور هشام يدي حضرتك الكونتاكت؟
انا هديهولك.
طيب اوكي.
We're starting by 2.
اصل هو
لا نستنى بقى.
ريموت شويه هو.
ها؟
في ناس اونلاين.
اوكي.
في ناس اونلاين.
في ناس اونلاين؟ اوكي. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to moderate this session today. My name is Rania Sharshar. I'm the Director of Climate Action with IOM, UN Migration. And I'm happy that we have with us today Professor Hisham Al-Askari, Professor of Earth Science, System Science and Remote Sensing, Chapman University, as well as Director of Earth System Science and Data Solution Lab. We also have with us Dr. Hosni, Professor of Practice of Computer Vision, Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, as well as I'm so happy that every session this COP has a youth delegate, so I'm so happy to introduce Bill Guidi, social entrepreneur, sustainability and innovation, but he's also the IOM youth delegate, and we're so proud to have him among our youth delegates this year. This session specifically is so close to my heart. A couple of months ago, we launched as IOM the Climate Mobility Innovation Labs. And this is out of our understanding to the importance of having science and academia to be join forces with UN agencies, with communities, with government to actually create solutions for people affected by climate change. It goes without saying that climate change more and more is displacing more people, affecting their livelihood, affecting the access to clean water, energy, to food security, health services and others. And where this actually mostly it's affect into the highly vulnerable communities, like in Africa, communities who are affected by multiple crises, like in the Middle East, but also in Asia, where they struggle with the sea level rise, and where we need, and it's important for us to be able to create solutions for people, to give them the freedom of a choice to stay, to move, and be supported if they are on the move already. The Climate Mobility Innovation Lab, why we started that, and this is also the subject of our session, the global stocktake that revised Paris Agreement last year, it clearly mentioned the power of science and academia to come join forces with the climate practitioner, with the humanitarian people, with agencies, along with private sector, where we can really do things different. The existing responses is not enough. We need the power of science, we need the power of AI that can help us that we create a sustainable, scalable solutions that can support the people in every context and place. And that's why I will start to give the floor to Professor Hisham. And I would like to ask you, please, how do you see the role of satellite imagery in understanding displacement trends? And if you can show us some of the cases that you've been working on, what is the results? How can your work contribute to better understanding, better preparedness, and better support to the communities that could be affected by further crisis and further displacement and migration?
Great question, Rania. Thank you so much, and quite an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you today, who are joining us here physically and who are joining us online. It's a big question that you are asking, and I have some slides here. If I can get the pointer, please, to scroll through my slides. And as I mentioned, it's a big question in order to address issues which are related to migration, human migration, and dislocation. And as Rania mentioned, we want to see the role of science and innovation in order to address issues of that sort, and how we can utilize the power of Earth observations, remote sensing, and data science in order to address something like this. I always like to start with the global risk report that came out in 2024. There is a version every single year, and this year the global risk report highlighted the different sectors and the different regions that are going to be like the most pressing issues which are going to be facing humanity in the coming 2 years, in the short term as well as in the long term. And as you can see from the colors, I'm not just going to read the slides, there are different kinds of sectors, be it environmental, be it economic, be it geopolitical, societal, and technological. But you can see the trend of the colors, which is moving towards the green in the coming a couple of years or the 10 years. You can see that we are going to be facing a lot of more environmental impacts which are going to be facing humanity. So global risks ranked by their severity over short term and long term are showing us that in the coming 10 years we are going to be facing a lot of issues which are going to be somehow either directly or indirectly related to human migration and displacement. And here is just a very quick list of issues which we will be facing, like sea level rise and flooding, extreme weather events, increased temperatures, changes in precipitation patterns, altered environmental landscapes, wildfires, and so on and so forth. And you can see in each one of those issues there is a component where the vulnerable societies are going to be affected and is going to show some kind of coastal displacement. And this is the bread and butter of what CMIL is trying to do, how we can use innovation to address something like this. This is just a very brief schematic diagram showing you the anatomy of the decision-making process, which involves, for the innovation part, which involves the integration between Earth observations and data science. So you have a cycle of data inputs, different kind of triggers, different kind of matrices, different kind of indicators that we are using in order to assess the severity. And in order to do that, we build on our knowledge from what we are having right now. We pass it to predictional models, and we look into the actions or the outcomes coming from this. But it's an iterative process. There is always a feedback mechanism where we can look for the predictions by new input data, by new models, by new predictions, in order to have better judgment. So this is the ecosystem of what we are thinking about, how you can integrate Earth observations and data science. And moving on now, you can see some of the actual cases on the ground. So this is, I'm showing you here a map of the compound displacement risks from environmental disasters and conflicts. You can see the two colors. The blue color represent impacts from conflicts, and the red color impacts from disasters, like in terms of displacement. And if I want to see this compound effect here, this is the disasters which showing, like this map is showing you the global distribution of disasters induced and the conflict zones. So the purple color here is the compound effect between conflicts and environmental. So the previous one is showing you the distribution of where are the conflicts and where are the displacement which are caused by disasters. But this one showing you the compound effect, places where they are going to hit by both like displacement as well as conflicts. And here is a very good representation of this histogram is showing you the frequency of occurrences, and we are talking about Africa and Asia. And you can see here, like, this histogram, the yellow colors are representing for floods or storms or droughts, and you can see the frequency of the occurrence of these events. And then we can see on the other chart, like by country, so which countries are going to be affected the most. And you can actually see that Somalia is on the top of the list, followed by other nations, be it in Africa or be it in Asia. Another case study here showing you the West Africa driven migration displacement, some hotspots, density of disasters on the top, another index which is the social vulnerability index, another index which is the poverty and adaptive capacity index, and the population exposure. And from all of this and other layers, we use all of that in order to calculate a risk index. And this risk index is a compound effect between disaster density and all of these other variables that you see. And based on that, you highlight, so I'm talking about innovation, I'm talking about technology, how you are using science, how you are using different kind of drivers, different kind of indices in order to assess locations which are going to be affected mainly by driven migration risk. And you can see here the risk index, and the risk index can show you by country level and even by the city level. You can dive deep, and each location you can see which areas are going to be affected by what. And you can put measures for how you can deal with that in the future. And this is the science behind it, the formula that we use for calculating this risk index, which is lots of different variables which are related to the kind of disaster that you are addressing, be it floods, be it droughts, be it excess precipitation, be it tropical cyclones or storms, and so on and so forth. So this is just showing you how is the scientific thinking going on. And here is a list of regions in Asia and in Africa, and you can see when it comes to drought and extreme temperatures in Asia, Afghanistan comes on the top of the list, followed by Pakistan, India, Iraq, and China. When it comes to flood, you see different list of countries in Asia, and same thing applies in Africa. You can see when it comes to drought and extreme temperatures in Africa, you can see Somalia, followed by Ethiopia, Kenya, Madagascar, and Algeria. So this is the outputs based on our analysis, how we can rank the countries or the nations which are mostly vulnerable, that are going to be affected by displacement as a consequence of natural disasters or effects. And based on all of that, we have developing indices for regional climate-driven migration risk. And you can see maps like this, like where the size of the circle represent for you the regions which are going to be impacted dramatically by this kind of risk. And here, for instance, the key finding here for drought and the extreme temperature, we can see in Asia, you can see Afghanistan comes on the top of the list, Pakistan and India, and in Africa, you can see Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya, and so on and so forth. So, when it comes to drought and extreme temperatures, this is the map representing the distribution of nations affected by that. When it comes to floods, another map, and you can see the circles are kind of large on different locations. When it comes to mass movement landslides, you can see a different list. Why? Because we are calculating a risk indicator based on the drivers that we are using. Same thing here applies for storms, wave action and erosion, as well as for wildfire. So you can see here an approach of how you can use the power of AI, the power of machine learning, the power of Earth observations in order to identify locations and areas which are going to be highly affected by displacement as a consequence of climate change and climate crises. We have some unified findings here, and the high-risk regions identified. And of course, this will be very useful for an entity like IOM and CMIL, because now you have locations that you need to have targeted interventions. You have areas that you need to look into infrastructures and adaptation capacities and capabilities. And this is where we can start thinking about innovative solutions and how we can think about nature-based solutions and things of that sort. I think based on all of that, we highlighted the most pressing issues for Africa, most pressing issues for Asia, and like the allocated regions, which are going to be suffering from these kind of issues. That's a very quick dive through the integration of Earth observations and data science in order to address a very important issue, which is how climate will have a drastic impact on the mobilization and the displacement of vulnerable communities in different parts of the world, specifically the low development countries. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Hisham, for such a very comprehensive presentation, and it was really full of lots of information. And I actually think this is even very useful for the Climate Mobility Innovation Lab, but also for a lot of the data, as well as the implementers and research colleagues around the conversation today, and externally in other within the people who are listening to us online, but also within the whole UN system and different governments we're working with, to be able to give them initial data to support their preparedness, their anticipatory measures, and other approaches. And now I think it's we heard Professor Hisham, but it will be really important too. We all hear about artificial intelligence and the power of artificial intelligence, and a lot of people are concerned, will the artificial intelligence actually replace the human part? But we also know that the artificial intelligence has been done through human minds. So I'm so happy that we have with us Dr. Hosni. And Dr. Hosni, we would like to know from you and hear from you, how can we actually gain from the benefit of artificial intelligence to support the whole climate change and human mobility, to support communities, and to support in predicting, mitigating the impact of extreme weather events, and bring solution and accessibility to the communities in most vulnerable countries.
So, thank you for the question. And thank you, Professor Hisham, for the comprehensive presentation. It's very insightful. And you already see a lot of synergy that can be played with remote sensing, Earth observation expert, with the AI, talking about machine learning, computer vision, how they can join and leverage on this knowledge already developed in this. So to answer your question, so I'm presently coordinating a large-scale project on AI for climate and weather forecast for farmers. And I see a direct interlink between the climate forecast and also the food security and migration due to the famine and other extreme events. So the AI here because I can see many areas of application of AI for this kind of project. One of them that is a new thought that coming after observing and seeing the presentation of Professor Hisham is the data fusion, because you are dealing data from different scales, different satellite systems, IoT, different sensors online, and also some data that is very valuable is the mobile data and mobility. Because sometimes people asking question in some poor community, they don't have access to smartphones or phones, but you'll be surprised the number of phones that are owned by people are migrating as well. So sometimes they don't have money to buy food, but they have money to recharge their phones. And some data, we are working on a project with Berkeley University in California on how in Africa, how you can take this data to measure and detect trends, and more importantly with AI to forecast and to foresight future pattern of those communities. Even by small information about the amount of money recharged on each mobile phone, you can have an estimation about the socioeconomic condition of these people. And if you have a good collaboration with mobile network operators, so you can get very valuable data to be implemented, integrated in this decision system that can help to have like overview of how technology and AI can be used to benefit this end user community. talking about AI also, I mentioned the computer vision part that can be associated with the satellite data processing and how we can retrieve information relevant to the problem that we are looking for. Here, like some population density, some land cover change, land cover conditions that can be correlated in some information that can trigger immigration and a migration from different regions. And also in terms of, more importantly, is in terms of simulation of scenarios. And this is one area that mixing the knowledge of people with processing real-time information from satellite system, from ground network, how we can simulate scenarios. If the temperature will be decreasing in this location, Africa, by 5 degrees, how will be impacting based on training on large volume of data, some historical pattern. And this is the area that we are focusing on, especially for AI, for season-to-season forecasts. Because forecasting weather and meteorological for the next 1 week will not have any benefit for this kind of application. But if we be able to say the next winter would have much less precipitation, that will trigger some migration, movement of people. So this is how AI can contribute, because with a physical-based model, it's very challenging, it's very difficult to predict season to season. This cannot be captured without like a large-scale climate indicator or indices. So the possibility to leverage on existing data, to collect like large volume of historical data, to be able to forecast scenarios. And this is, I think, very important. And I already have some ideas to discuss with the Professor Hisham to develop joint project on this, how to bring the AI from the machine learning and for the data fusion expertise with very practical expertise in satellite data processing for the specific issue and problems, and how we can work together for specific countries. Because the project that I'm involving now is part of a pledge that was announced in COP28 in Dubai between UAE President and Bill Gates Foundation. So they pledged $200 million to help community to predict and their food security. So it's very important, and our role is working with the university in the US, with the University of Chicago, to improve the season-to-season forecast, and to have another layer about famine, about population movement that can also benefit those projects.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Hosni, and we'll come back to you again because we need to see, we need to hear from you on some examples. But before going back to you again and to Professor Hisham, we cannot have this conversation without hearing from the young people. I think that everything we say and we suggest, we recommend, and we push for in a policy level, when it comes to implementation and innovation, the strength and the passion from young people is the way to go. And I'm so happy that we have Bill Guidi here with us to present his actually experience from innovative community-driven projects that leverage technology and social entrepreneurship. Please, if you can share with us your experience, how can we learn from the youth and how youth have been leveraging innovation and data to support their project and help their own communities?
Check. Thank you. What you said was really insightful and really related to my work, actually. And I'm from Mongolia, and to illustrate the problems that we face in Mongolia, if you heard about Mongolia, like you might have heard that we have a lot of livestock, and it's true. Like we have more livestock than people. We have 65 million livestock while having like 3.0 million people in Mongolia. And from the 3.5 million people, the third of them are nomadic herders. And I grew up as a nomadic herder myself. And while growing up, we faced a lot of natural disasters that is very specific to our nomadic lifestyle. It's called Zot. Zot is a winter natural hazard that happens during a very harsh winter when the food and the cold weather becomes very fatal to the livestock. So millions of livestock die, and in 2000 livestock are in 2009 our family lost a lot of livestock and we had to move to the city. And last year, like a very big drought happened, and 8 million livestock died in the country, and a lot of families lost their livestock and moved to the city as well. So I started my solution called Oturchung. Oturchung is a solution for the nomadic herders to adapt and protect their livestock and protect their livelihoods during these hazards. And we rely a lot on satellite data. And for example, the herders can see the grazing location using. So we calculate the vegetation index and then show it to the herders so that they can move depending on the NDVI levels, and also seeing the water information, and also they can see the livestock location using GPS trackers that's directly connects with the satellites, and also they get weather information, the weather map. Currently we get it from like open sourced weather data sources, and currently these are the functions that we have, features that we have right now, and it's already being used. And on the long term, we're really hoping to like use very sophisticated models, machine learning models, to detect, for example, like the droughts happen after like droughts happen. If there was a drought in the summer, there's a very high likely to have droughts in the winter. So we can calculate the risk of droughts happening in specific areas in Mongolia, and also depending on the number of livestock in that area. And it's already being tested and being used in my hometown, and we're about to launch nationwide in this winter, and we're really prepping for this year's drought, and it might happen, and we're really preparing for it.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. No, thank you so much, Bilguidi, for sharing and for the courage to share the experience from all your communities and what you've been able to do. And I know that Professor Hisham, while you were speaking, he was very much affected, and he has a lot of knowledge about that, and he wanted to share his insights as well.
Thank you so much, Rania, for giving me the opportunity. Is like, action on the ground, like, really how you are utilizing Earth observations for the betterment of your community. And when you talk about NDVI and in a place like this, and you said something which is very important about the relationship between the Zot and pre-droughts. And this is exactly what happens in Nepal. So Nepal is one of the nations where it faces very severe pre-monsoon. And during that time, you have extreme droughts, followed by, and when you have very severe pre-monsoon, like the following year, it's followed by massive floods, which will be quite excessive. So under different kind of climate scenarios, we look into both extremes. Like, you said, like the Zot, which is harsh winters, a lot of rain and stuff like this, but it comes after the drought events. And this is a phenomena that we are witnessing now, and a lot of research is going on, which is called the whiplash. Whiplash events is like, it's mimicking the motion of the whip. Like, the whip which moves from extreme minima to extreme maxima. It's like, like the motion of this whip going from extreme to extreme. So how you can predict whiplash events, which is very, very hard to do. So using NDVI, and in your case, I suggest also not only NDVI, but in a place like this, you need to look into NDMI, which is Normalized Difference Moisture Index, which is another index which can help you a lot to understand not only vegetation cover, but water content as well. So you can look into moisture, water content, NDVI, and other vegetation indices, like NDVI is one of them. But there are SVAI is the Soil Adjusted Vegetation Index. There is the Enhanced Vegetation Index, the EVI. And then it comes to what Dr. Hosni was saying, how you can leverage all of that with long-term statistics and long-term predictions. And when you do that with the power of AI, once you have the historical records, you can learn from your past so that you can understand the present and then use the power of AI to look into the future. And this is what we do also in our initiative here, the interlinking between data science and Earth observation. So this is basically what we do in the feedback cycle that I showed you, where you learn from the current observations, use historical data from models, climate models, as well as from satellite observations, pass all of that to different kind of AI tools, be it neural net, support vector machines, and then we go also in the field of deep learning, UNet and whatnot. So a lot of different technologies that you can use it in order to learn from your past and then be prepared for your future.
Thank you so much, Professor Hisham, and thank you for sharing also the experience from Nepal. I would like to return back to Dr. Hosni and tell him how can young people like Belguidi in different countries and regions have access to the AI and the computer vision and technology, and how that contribute to climate resilience. How can this be accessible for them? How can this be translated into a way to support them in bring solutions for climate resilience and climate mobility in their own communities?
Yeah, when we talk about weather forecast and how AI is being used for weather forecast now is to reduce the cost of the forecast, because now with AI, with a simple laptop, you can have the forecast that require hours with millions and with thousands of CPUs to produce your weather forecast for the next 24 hours. So the AI is making complete revolution now. At the beginning, it was some resistance from atmospheric physicists about how AI can be replacing those physical models. But the results that we are observing now is more accurate what the physical models are producing, because they were trained with the if you take like deepcast of Google, it's like more than 50 years of data that capture all the pattern that can be linked to any future event. And more importantly, and it's more relevant to what they're doing in country, Mongolia, is to the season to season, because now physical-based models are not suited for season to season forecasts, and this will help like farmers to tell them that the next winter will have less rain. So the decision of seeding what crops you'll be selecting for that year will be very critical, because we don't want to take like a decision and then your seeding will not be successful. You cannot harvest your field, and it will be like losing time and resources in this. So it's very important to mix both. To go direct to your question, I think there are many initiatives that can provide support. So I don't want to tell you to let's come to the university, maybe you can accelerate your work and expand it. We always prefer those very exciting work, the startup to stay and add value also to the home countries. But at some stage, some ideas like yours that like combining satellite data, I think needs some fine-tuning, as Professor Hisham mentioned, especially the vegetation index. There are many indices that now can be retrieved from hyperspectral and multispectral satellite, from radar satellite as well for soil moisture. So there are many fine-tuned parameters that might improve the accuracy of the model. And having those partnership with large research group, like the one that being led by Professor Hisham, or we have also many global research group working on this field, and do some adaptation, because you have also very valuable data that you are collecting, and this is enough to attract big research group to work with you and to try to improve the solution. At the end, it's a win-win for this kind of project. So to summarize, I think it's very important to be open, to expand and look for collaboration. And you have very strong value proposition that can attract big research groups to work with you. You know, now there are many programs in the United Nations, European Union, and also UAE. We have like to help some countries in Africa and in Central Asia, and it's easy for us to generate to raise funding to cover those partnerships. And if you believe at some level that your innovation, your work is becoming more successful, and you can see the results. So I think it will be time to think about acceleration of your work, to go beyond your home countries. You can expand your expertise to other countries that are facing the same challenges. And this is, I think, it's normal at some stage to think about it, because at the end you have to you have these good initiatives that have a direct impact on people, but also we want to attract other young scientists, engineers to get engaged, because they can see value, they can see that they can generate money out of it. It's very important to have those two components in making final decision about the next steps. So.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hosni, and I think accelerating and replicating models is something very important, even for us working with IOM. The whole idea of creating a climate mobility innovation lab is to partner with science and academia, but also partner with communities and young people and replicate. There is a lot of amazing, innovative ideas in the field that may be done on a small scope and has been proven successful. But it needs agencies like us to come and link it to academia and science, and to have it as scalable solution at scale, help the government raise the awareness of the community. And our success as UN agencies is not to stay in countries forever, but go and help them and build their capacity and raise their awareness and give them solutions and give the power to people and the freedom of a choice to stay, to move, or even, and all the support they need on the move. So this is extremely important. One other thing I want to talk about, the preparedness and the early warnings is extremely important, but it has to come with early action. And here also where we're going to need the leverage of science and academia to work hands in hand with the communities, with civil societies, with UN agents, with government, to bring the early action, because early warning only without giving opportunity for people and action to them on what they need to do, I think we will still stuck. Because, and I remember there was a research a couple of years ago, and they were asking people, the Delta area may drone, what are you going to do? And the response was like, we're not going to do anything. What can we do? We cannot leave our houses. Because you cannot go to communities who are already affected by multiple crises and tell them, another crisis will happen here. Of course, they have no choice. So either we go with solutions or we go with the choices. And maybe I open again the floor for you, for both of you, and also for Bulguidi. How can we ensure that science bring also solutions and actions?
I can take a stab at this at the beginning. I cannot agree more with you. Like, you know, what you are saying is very important, how we can come up with solutions which are practical and implementable. Like, you know, we don't want to be abstract and we just talk for the sake of talk, but like we want science to be a tool, a vehicle in order to achieve some actions. And I like the example that you brought about like early warning systems, because and that will also bring me to what Bulguidi was saying and to my colleague here. When you talk about weather and climate, there is a huge difference. And this is part of the problem, that we are not able to differentiate between these two incidents. Like, you know, when we talk about weather events which are happening as we speak, it's totally different in terms of preparedness for what we can anticipate for a vulnerable society. And let me give you an example. We have been witnessing and monitoring the sea surface temperature of the Mediterranean for the past 30 years. And we have witnessed the increase in the temperature of the Mediterranean for 2.5 degrees Celsius for the past 30 years. And this is a call of action. Why? Because now we know that the Mediterranean basin is behaving like a tropical domain. Like, you know, it's totally out of the tropics, but its behavior, its characteristics are similar to the tropical region. So what we used to observe before over the Atlantic Ocean in terms of hurricanes or cyclones now are happening in the Mediterranean. These are things that we never expected, we never witnessed before. But when I'm looking, I'm not looking for the hurricanes themselves, I'm looking for the driver, the physical driver. And the physical driver in this case is the sea surface temperature. So because of the increase in the sea surface temperature that we are witnessing, so we know that there will be these different kinds of cyclonic behavior happening. And it did happen. What happened in Libya and Storm Daniel that took the life of 25,000 people got killed and 40,000 got displaced. And why this happened? Because we were never prepared. And what could we have done for that sake? If we have a vulnerability risk assessment map for the whole area in Libya, and we know the watershed, and we know all the drainage areas, and we put different layers of data like basin curvature, topography, stream orders, the stream, the number of dendrites or drainage network there, and we know what is the level of risk there. In a weighted overlay model, you can really look into the area and see what are the most vulnerable areas that will be highly affected if you have such a scenario. And this is part of preparedness for a resilient community. So you can be proactive about, like, you know what, be careful, this location might be susceptible to massive impacts and it will cause displacement. This is what we can do as scientists, like, bringing innovative solutions so we can highlight, we can pinpoint locations which are at risk. And when we do that, we can start mitigating efforts. We can either start building bridges or building dams or making sure that there is water harnessing projects to make sure that no floods are happening in this region. So we can have some kind of proactivity or being proactive before the fact, rather than just waiting and trying to deal with something over a 24 hours, which is usually very hard to do. So this is the power of science, how you can use a vehicle like this, a vehicle like IOM and this partnership with academia, how you can be better prepared, how you can give choices, as you mentioned, and pinpoint or put the red flags on areas and then start to look for projects of adaptation. Okay, this location is at high risk, so let's mitigate, let's adapt, let's make sure that they are not going to be affected dramatically. And that can make a huge difference, because that can prevent mobilization, can prevent displacement, but also make people better prepared for what might be happening in the future.
Thank you so much, Professor Hisham. Can't agree more, but would love to hear also from Dr. Hosni before I go back to Belguidi to give us final words, final requests to academia and science and professors like you from the youth from different communities.
Yeah, I want to add to what Professor Hisham mentioned. It's very important to keep this contact between scientific community and end users, because, okay, we can have the best science, we can have the best computing resources, we can have access to the top satellite systems, but without feedback from the end users and local users, so we cannot have, because sometimes the problem that you mentioned how livestock in your countries is very important in terms of securing stability of population, preventing migration from cities, from suburb to cities. So this is very important information that cannot be captured by satellite or by scientific models. So it's very important to keep this link, because sometimes we have the top science, but the scientists are focusing more on the scientific part of it. Their main and major achievement, and when they publish in top journal, for example, like develop a model that worked for Africa, and some study they never visited there, they never get any feedback from local, but scientific, robust product to move to the level of application and to see the tangible impact on population, that needs like this interaction between the end user and the scientific community. For us, Professor Hisham, he went through his academic career, he went through his promotion from assistant to full professor. They have pressure for publication, but now I think when we reach that level, so we have more freedom to allocate our time and to for this kind of tangible research. So the publication itself in top scientific journal is no longer we publish a lot, we went to conferences all our career for 20 years, but now we are more happy to see the impact and the tangible impact population.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hosni. Belguidi, this is your chance to speak on behalf of the young people of different communities, not only your country. What do you need from science and academia, and what do you need from UN agencies?
I totally agree with your point, and the reason that my solution was impactful is because I understood the problem personally, and it was grounded in the end users' needs and what they're going through. It similarly goes for other different communities, and often because the marginalized communities don't speak English or don't have the necessary knowledge about technology, I think this gap could be filled by often the young people. So we understand the technology, we understand the problem itself, and the bridging this gap by youth is, I think, very important. And I hope that the science and technology community could include the youth and the voices of the marginalized communities into the process of development of different solutions to the problems that we face.
Thank you so much, Bilguidi.
I want to add quickly on
Please.
things, because sometimes we have the temptation to respond to him, come to our university, we can accept you as students, we can help you, but we feel guilty that let's stay there and we can find channel how we can work together, because there is a risk also of people in vulnerable environments. So the temptation may be to go abroad and to Western universities to studies, but they will be losing sometimes the impact on their communities. And as he mentioned already, he lived the experience of his family, how be impacted by drought cycles or things. So we have to find solutions that to empower the work they're doing, to bring advanced science to you. And you already, what you mentioned, what you're doing about the machine learning, about processing satellite data, but also to keep you updated about new development, new satellite missions that are more adapted to your case studies. So this is what kind of interaction. And I think organization like UN can be this bridge between communities and between scientific communities. And also we are also lucky to be in a country that we can also help in securing funding to support those activities as well. So sometimes we make it difficult to put up collaboration, and then we put a condition, let's raise funding and find someone to fund our collaboration. But we can, especially for those kind of projects, there are different channels that we can secure funding to support it, even for you to accelerate it beyond your current scope.
Great, Dr. Hosni.
Very quickly, like on what Hosni mentioned here, like, which I totally agree with you. The concept that he mentioned is what we call data democratization, and this is exactly what we are trying to refer to. How you can make data as a democracy kind of commodity. Like, it's not only for the most advanced nations, but now data democratization is all about the usage and the utilization of the power of data and observations for the sake of the highly needing or the most vulnerable or the most in need. And this is exactly like the mission of a place like, IOM. Maybe you don't use this word, but I know this is what you guys are doing, because when we talk about the most vulnerable, we are talking about Africa and Asia. And Africa and Asia are not at the forefront of satellite technology or advancement in technology. However, we are trying to use that for their betterment. And this is what we call data democratization.
Thank you so much, Professor Hisham. And this is what we try to do by partnering with academia, by bringing young people to conference of parties like COP29, but also by bringing their voice when we shape programs, when we shape solutions. I think it's extremely important, not only for IOM and academia, but I think all other partners, civil society, etc. This is power. I think communities have the problem and they know the solution. What we need to do, we need to convene and to coordinate and bring all the voices, bring the global technology and knowledge to the hands of young people, of communities, and support them to implement strategic, scalable, sustainable solutions. And this will be the whole of society success. I'm sorry we are over time, but we can have a conversation after. Thank you so much for a very, very interesting, very informative, and full. Time flies very quickly. But I say it's not the end of the conversation. It's a beginning for bigger conversation, and it's beginning for bigger collaboration and coordination of a whole of society approach to find clear solution for climate change and human mobility and support our communities everywhere. Thank you so much. Very much appreciating. Thank you.
Hello. First presentation, please. Hello, everybody. We will speak today in this side event about biochar as a path of decarbonization and soil restoration, kind of a global vision for post-conflict resilience. Here on the pavilion, on the floor, I have with me Dr. Angela Gaydenten. She is expert in environmental, is a climate analyst from the United Nations Environmental Program. I have to my left first CEO of Pay for Climate from Belgium, Samuele Bennisi. And to my extreme left, I have Iceland. Iceland, she's from the Food Security Institute of Azerbaijan. Welcome all on floor. I will start speaking about myself from the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health. So the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health is a Swiss non-profit organization and consultative status with the United Nations and United Nations Economic Social Council since 2017. We have been elected as Board of Governance for Asia Water Council for 2 mandates, 2015 until 2021. Elected as steering board members, 3 mandates at Swiss Water Partnership, and elected this share knowledge base and dissemination committee as Asia Water Council since 2015 up to today. We are active member of the World Water Council, and we are responsible for civil society for the 9th World Water Forum in Brazil. Some of our projects, for example, drinking water kiosks in Egypt, we installed 10 kiosks that allowed more than 300,000 persons to access to clean water, clean drinking water. Other projects like in Nepal, like in Kenya, and many more, so in Tunisia and many others. So here, for example, biochar, just to initiate biochar for soil restoration and climate mitigation. So as we know, so biochar can come from different sources. One of them is shell biochar, animal feces biochar, straw biochar, like rice straw biochar, sludge biochar, bamboo biochar, and wood biochar. So the sources of biochar are very different, which can enhance their ability to and their capabilities for climate change mitigation, for waste management, soil improvement, and energy production. So the applications are wide and diversified. So, for example, for soil restoration and climate mitigation, so there is different, stages of this restoration using biochar. There is the short-term and the long-term restoration, especially for carbon dioxide sequestration. So this is our aim at the GWA, and now I will just let the floor to one of our speakers, to Angela, to speak about biochar from a policy and regulatory perspective. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. So please, presentation. So I will speak about how European Union and especially Commission with its policy see biochar where its place, let's say, in net zero transition and net zero 2050 for European Union. So European Green Deal in general, next slide please, sees biochar is as very important mean for net zero transition. So I will explain you later on where in particular it is its place, but let's start what regulatory framework we just introduced in European Union. It's first of all carbon removal and carbon farming regulation, which been already pre-agreed in European Parliament in summer this year. It still has to be voted in Council, I think, but it's been pre-agreed, and it means that due to agency, Council will also maybe already agreed or agree later this year. And this regulation establishes a wide voluntary framework for certifying carbon removals, carbon farming, and carbon storage and products generated in Europe, for permanent carbon removals, for carbon farming and soil emission reduction, and carbon storage and long-lasting products. So here you see pathways to climate neutrality in European Union, what we have to achieve and which reductions which emissions has to be reduced and which are impossible to reduce. It's data from European Commission. It's our official, let's say, position. It can be changed, but right now we see that by 2050, when we need to achieve carbon neutrality, still emissions from agriculture, which are technologically almost impossible to reduce, methane emissions, animal husbandry, fertilizers, and so on, they still, it will be CO2 emissions, but due to green light, due to so-called LULUCF sector, it's agriculture, forestry, and land management. Normally it's because of forestry absorption, so we will have net zero emissions by 2050. So it means all emissions are possible to reduce from energy, industry, etc. almost to zero. But agriculture will still make some CO2 emissions, but forestry will absorb, and so we have net zero. So in that respect, everything what relates to soil management is of extreme importance for carbon neutrality in European Union. So here is next slide, that to achieve our target 90% net emission reductions by 2040, which is not yet officially voted. Now we have 55 by 2030, but 90 by 2040. It could be voted in Council. We need to reduce emissions by 850 million tons and to make its removals through carbon removal techniques 400 million tons. And here, let's say, agriculture and soil plays a very important role, because from 850 million tons of emissions reduction, 300 million tons emissions will be reduced due to fertilizer use and livestock reductions, and here biochar plays a very important role. Also, from 400 million tons of removals, 320 million tons will be removed through agriculture, forestry, and land management, where biochar plays an important role. Here, for example, there is also a slide about carbon removal and carbon farming regulation, which is just, as I said, been pre-agreed in Parliament in summer last year. And so here biochar is under permanent carbon removals. Then we have carbon farming, soil emission reductions, and carbon sequestrations in soils and forests, and carbon storage and products, mostly in wooden and bio-based buildings. So here biochar again on the level of permanent carbon removals, but of course it also gets to carbon farming. So it plays indeed important role. What this regulation does, by 28, Commission will establish a wide registry of different, let's say, agriculture companies, different, carbon removal special enterprises, which are certified nationally and by private certification bodies, that they have right to be called carbon removal and carbon farming enterprises. They can get some, let's say, funding from EU. They have some maybe discounts in bank, some loans and so on, and other, let's say, facilitation of these activities. So I will end here.
Thank you very much, Angela. So now I will pass the speech to Samuele. The third presentation, please. Samuele will talk about applications and practical applications of biochar and its market in Europe especially.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, so it's a pleasure for me to present to you biochar today as arguably the ultimate ESG solution. But before going into the reasons why biochar could be considered the ultimate ESG solution, let's look at a number. This number, 800 gigatons. That's a number that's been haunting me for the last 2 years. When I found out that this is the quantity, so we're talking about billions of tons, the quantity of CO2 currently estimated into the atmosphere. So just imagine something like a dark blanket covering the whole world. This is pretty much how it is. And this obviously is inducing climate change. Just to give you an idea, just to represent this quantity, 1 ton, metric ton of CO2 would be the size of an air balloon. So here, just imagine 800 billion of air balloons over our head covering the whole world. So it's quite a frightening vision. The sad thing is that this blanket is being thickened every year as human activity generates and emits around 50 gigatons, extra gigatons every year. So even though the nature is gracious enough to clean some of our mess, let's say there's still about 50% of these extra 50 gigatons that cannot be absorbed by nature, by natural carbon sinks like forest, oceans, and soil. And in order to solve somehow this problem, if we want to reach net zero, as my colleague Mrs. Angeli expressed before, like the objective of the European Union to reach net zero by 2050, yes, there's no other ways than to besides reducing all that we can in terms of new emissions, also taking care of the atmospheric CO2. And to do this, we have 2 ways. Either we go by technology-based solutions or nature-based solutions. And this is when biochar becomes the solution to really look at. Biochar used to be called terra preta, literally meaning black soil in Portuguese. That's the name the Portuguese colonizer gave this black soil when they arrived in the south of America. And actually, they discovered that the indigenous people from the Amazon basin region had been using this soil to increase the quality of their soil, nurture their soil, and make it extremely fertile. So this ecological charcoal, this is how we could call it today, biochar, has been used for thousands of years to nurture soil and make it the soil fertile. And now this technology, this ancient technology, is called pyrolysis. This is how you convert organic materials into biochar. Today it's being revealed as the most cost-effective and scalable nature-based methodology to capture atmospheric CO2. So no surprise that the market for biochar is booming when it comes to CDR. So CDR, if you're not familiar with that acronym, CDR means carbon dioxide removal. So in the market of CDRs, which is a sub-market of the carbon credits market, 93% of CDRs being sold today, CDR credits, are biochar carbon removal credits. According to this most recent biochar market survey realized by the International Biochar Initiative and the US Biochar Initiative, between 2021 and 2003, there has been an increase of 97% of compound annual growth rate for this market, for the biochar market. And in terms of revenue generation for biochar producers, we've seen this incredible increase of 450%. So going from 600 million to $3.3 billion. So these numbers obviously show how enthusiastic is the market for biochar. So now let's dive into the reasons why this biochar seems to, for many, the ultimate ESG solution. So we'll dive into the benefits of biochar and how they translate into environmental, social, and governance benefits. Let's begin now with the environmental benefits of biochar. So as my colleague previously mentioned, Dr. Sami, yes, there are many environmental capacities, benefits that we could give to biochar. Here I've just highlighted three of them, just three of them, but there are more. So when it comes to carbon sequestration, obviously, when organic material is converted into biochar, the carbon is locked into a stable form when it arrives in the soil. They can stay in the soil for hundreds to thousands of years, reducing thus the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. When it comes to soil health improvement, well, here too, biochar enhances soil quality by increasing water retention, nutrient retention, and microbial activity. So healthier soil means healthier and more fertile soil for better crop yields. And the third benefits I've highlighted is waste management, also mentioned before. So biochar, as has been said, can be produced from many types of biomass, like can be agricultural residues, forestry waste, municipal waste even. So all this can lead to better waste management models and less need for landfill spaces. Now, for the social benefits, I've highlighted three main benefits. So importantly here, we see that biochar can generate jobs, opportunities in rural and agricultural areas, as biochar and its byproducts can be sold. So byproducts, we mean the most well-known are biogas, bio-oil, and very importantly, carbon credits. So in particular, biochar carbon removal credits. So all these represent new streams of revenues for farmers. Then when it comes to the health improvement, yes, of course, that's important because, as we said, better soil means better crop, better food. So this translates into better health, as biochar can help mitigate risk associated with soil and water pollution. Finally, the third benefits, the improved agricultural practices, as it has been said, by enhancing soil fertility and crop yields, biochar can support sustainable agriculture, leading to food security and improved livelihoods for farmers. Now I'll cover quickly also the governance benefits. Remember, we're talking about how the biochar benefits translate into ESG objectives for institutions and companies. So my colleague Angeli also already mentioned what's underway in Europe. We mentioned the carbon removal and carbon farming regulation being framed. And already there are like a regulation being in place, like this European biochar certificate that provides guidelines for sustainable biochar production. It ensures biochar is produced sustainably and meets specific quality criteria. Then in terms of carbon removal certification, the European Commission has developed tailored certification methodologies for different types of carbon removal activities, including, of course, biochar. And finally, the EU has adopted specific legislation that established biochar as a material that can be used in EU as a fertilizer. Very important also for the farmers. Well, this is pretty much the end, yes, of my presentation. I will skip the last slides to pass the floor to the next speaker. If you want to find out more about like how my startup company in Belgium, the pro-climate fintech startup Pay for Climate, can help you as a company, as an institution, meet your ESG objective and your net zero target, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuele, for this instructive presentation. Now I will direct a question to ICEL about the possible applications of biochar for food safety.
Thank you, Professor, esteemed speakers. You didn't keep anything to discuss for me on this topic based on these topics, but if the food safety perspective is waiting from me, I can tackle this issue that in a changing climate, of course, the plant health and the food safety and between controlling all issues between these two sectors and in agricultural sectors, we need the complex treatments and measures. So by these measures, if the application is most of application is based on chemical applications and measurements, we need to take care and we need to spread out to the biochar like biological treatments. So here has advantage and disadvantage. What is the advantage? Of course, as an advantage, there is a more perspective on it, so improving nutrient levels and holding nutrient holding capacity. In this space, we get healthier crops, safer foods, and with less chemical fertilizers. Another thing is biochar technology has a special bonds that it binds heavy metals and toxins, and after that step is their nutrient nutrient uptake is going too fast, and in this level we keep it up with the less chemical fertilizers and pesticides to improve the soil health. Another issues is improves the biochar improves soil water holding capacity, and what is the result after that? Of course, the supporting crop grows in the space, and a beneficial microbial activity getting increased in that case. So this is so important to keep soil quality and at the same time reaching environmental contamination. But we need to take consideration one point, that when the production process in biochar technologies, there is a controlling regulations, mismatching, or any delaying procedure in controlling system, we are under risk, like a plant health and the food safety field under risk. So this chain is coming through the human health, and after all that, we can't improve or prevent or do anything to improve the food safety or plant health risk assessment on this space. So excessive use of biochars, especially due to delaying of controlling systems, is so risky, and we need to take into consideration all these situations. So we think in our mind that biochar has more advantage, but little delaying of this chain can contribute more risks and more hard and non-soluble challenges. So we need to take care on this position.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Now my question is about the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, for example, for accelerating carbon dioxide sequestration. This question will be shared between Samuele, that he's working in the field with his company, and Angela, that she will give us a little perspective about of artificial intelligence and their use for policy making.
Thank you, Sami, for this opportunity to express my views on the question. Well, our Paytech solution that we developed at the Pay for Climate is mostly a Web3 based solution. So by Web3 we mean blockchain. So we see a use case here for blockchain when it comes to carbon removal as a way to improve the traceability, the visibility, the authenticity of the credits being issued related to the tons of CO2 that are claimed to be absorbed from the atmosphere. So yes, with the advent of the artificial intelligence, indeed, our company has been looking at it closely, as today these developments are affecting, like always, we do business and we go about life, to put it even in a broader sense. So, of course, I believe there is potential there, even though, yes, you may be aware that the concern in terms of energy consumption when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence is under scrutiny, as blockchain had been also under scrutiny. So we managed with our company to choose a blockchain validation algorithm that is much less energy, let's say, consumption, energy, lack of a better word, let's say that requires less energy to function, yes. And we chose as a validation our algorithm the proof of stake instead of the proof of work that, let's say, Bitcoin use, which was really under critics for good reasons. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, yeah, I'll be lying if we're not using it. Yes, we're using it. And we will probably use it more in the future. And when it comes to carbon removal, yes, I think it can bring extra layer of transparency if we use it properly. Yes.
Very good, Samuele. My question was a teaser to know where are you how much are you advanced in your carbon dioxide sequestration. Now I will pass the speech to Angela. Please, Angela, can you tell us about the use of artificial intelligence and these advances in information and in data in policy making, especially for carbon dioxide sequestration?
Thank you, Sami. Artificial intelligence is it's pretty penetrated policy making, both in European and national and even different agencies levels. Where if I'm let's say like official, we are learning all the time some new techniques. it's not maybe Python programming. It's maybe not artificial intelligence, but we're learning using Power BI, different data visualization techniques already on governmental level, which are very penetrated. So in that respect, for example, in data analytics, we are pretty advanced in using artificial intelligence and finding in big segments and big data. Let's say particular, a particular set of data, in navigating data, in making information and different decision trees and so on and so on. In that respect, indeed, everything gets very fast on global level, but everything is integrated very well in let's say governmental decisions, because we cannot be behind, let's say, global scene as it relates to artificial intelligence and let's say in agriculture, also in carbon sequestration. So these are three major categories where it is already widely applied. First of all, soil and crop monitoring. Also in using Galileo and Copernicus, it's not artificial intelligence, it's satellites, but they are very widely used, let's say, for agriculture conditions and soil conditions monitoring. Also predictive analysis, it's let's say different climate models. It's maybe not artificial intelligence, some part of it, but modeling is already very widely used. Even in my home country, Lithuania, I saw in environmental agricultural agency, where they're using these models and very advanced data analytical techniques. They're indeed not outdated people already. So predictive analysis and in agriculture robotics. There are different, fields which are very hard to very difficult to reach with agriculture works, and there are different small machinery, small tractors, like tractors, robots, which are reaching, that corners of different fields. So in that respect, it's very widely used. When I worked for National Control Agency yet at home, we've been using already 10 years ago maybe some sort of artificial intelligence and satellite measurements, let's say, to define if farmers been declaring their land plots correctly, if they correctly measured, as they should measure, not cheated on direct payments. So this already been then measured by Galileo and by Copernicus, and we've been using. So in that respect, artificial intelligence is indeed penetrating all areas of let's say data analytics especially, and there are data analysts already, specialists who are working, which are very well trained on data analytics, but also agriculture and carbon sequestration.
Thank you very much, Angela. By this question, I think more about big data and creating generic models that they can help the future agriculture in doing well, in thinking about sustainability before thinking about farming and benefits. So my question now is also to Samuele, but also to Iceland, about your end users. End users are farmers that they will apply biochar on their land. Do you think that your farmers are educated enough to start consuming and using biochar on their fields?
Well, is to share a recent experience I had last week. Last week I was traveling to Ukraine, and I had the chance to visit a large milk producing company. And we were talking about their reality in Ukraine and how they would look for ways, innovative ways to use the waste materials they have from the farm activity. So we looked at manure and the way they already went a long way to process it and to see how from this manure, the cow manure, they can have like liquid manure to use as fertilizer, and the more fibrous manure used as for cow bedding. So we started a discussion on their current situation and how they would see biochar as added value to their business activity. And yes, they see it as not only for their fields, because yes, of course, they would use biochar as they use now the liquid manure to fertilize their fields. But also what they see as of great interest, especially large companies, agricultural companies, is in the process itself, in the pyrolysis process. They see the advantages of the byproducts that are created while biochar is produced. Especially, we were talking about biogas being also quite of importance for them. So then when it comes to the final use of biochar, like in this case, biochar production will be minimal compared to the biogas production in that particular case. But this is strictly related to the source of the biomass. Here we're talking about manure. But if we go to other agricultural realities and biochar coming from crop residues, then obviously the end result in terms of biochar production will be different, and the biochar itself that will be used partially for their fields to fertilize them, but also they see it, the advantages they're looking for is really more into how this can generate extra revenue streams. Because yes, biochar, by using biochar, their own biochar being produced on site will reduce the need for chemical fertilizers, and that also has a cost implication that is really appealing for them. And then also the byproducts, again, first of all being the carbon credits that can be emitted. So the biochar, yes, will be used for their own fields, will be sold for what they don't use in the domestic market or abroad, and then obviously the credits that are really a key incentive also to start a biochar production project.
Okay, I didn't experience the direct discussion with the farmers, but I can say that in our situation, the farmers are able to understand what is biochar and what they can do, how is this process is going, what is advantage or disadvantage. But there is a little problem that they don't know how to practically apply it. They don't know it. So we we understand from here that still we have non-well-educated farmers. So to prevent all this, sure, public PPPC strategies is more important, and I think so. After all these strategies, complex strategies, the farmers will be scale all their experiences practically too.
Thank you very much for giving your opinion. Now I speak from a businessman perspective. So. I am the CEO of a company of biomass. We are, how to say, converting cow manure and pork slurry to compost. One of the strategies that we are using now in my company is to convert, to add biochar to the compost, helping not just to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions, but also to keep the nutrients for a long time when you apply compost. Because compost have been applied during the last 30 years maybe, to help crops and to allow plants to keep their nutrients close. But for the new tendency is to keep also nutrients while sequestrating carbon dioxide. This is one of the new aspects that we are doing, for example. So. I think we tackled all the aspects of the subject. I don't know if you want to say a last word, Angela.
I just want to thank those who followed us maybe online and who will watch this video on YouTube. Hopefully that you will get interest in the subject, and as Samuel said, you will get back to us with your ideas and with your suggestions.
Thank you, Samuele.
Yes, it was a pleasure for me to share the stage with other experts on the question. And yes, I believe that biochar has indeed a great potential for climate change mitigation, but also to improve the livelihood of farmers. And this is a key motivation for me in doing this job, is because, yes, I want to make a significant difference when it comes to climate change mitigation, but I also want to help those who are at the core of our life, providing food for us, make a better and more decent living with their noble activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuele. Aslan, take-home message.
If the climate change affects the core of our life, so what we need to do, climate justice is workers' justice. Let's to continue on it.
Thank you very much. That I will not add any letter after that. Thank you very much for this message. Thank you for following us, and please get in touch if you need any information. Thank you. We close the session here.
مش هقول لك الناس
اوكي.
Merci. ربي فضلك ربي فضلك ربي يحفظك. Merci beaucoup.
في وقت فاضي هنا تسوي سيشن؟ فهمتك.
Hello everyone. Can we have Dr. عمرو on screen?
اهلا وسهلا.
اهلا دكتور عمرو، حضرتك سامعنا؟
ايوه يا دكتوره انا سامع
طب.
حضرتك. سامعاني كويس؟
صوت حضرتك لو تعليه شويه اكون شاكره لحضرتك جدا.
سامعاني كده كويس حضرتك؟ الصوت كده واصل؟ سامعاني كده حضرتك؟
سامع حضرتك بس لو تعليه شويه يبقى افضل.
طيب حاضر كده كويس. طيب
كده كويس.
طيب
Okay, shall we start, Your Excellencies? So here we are again at ICESCO Pavilion at COP29, Baku, Azerbaijan. We would like to welcome all of you here at our pavilion with this panelist that they will be speaking on a very important topic, and I think rarely we heard about it before here at COP. Not only COP29 but the majority of COPs, the importance of green media. And actually it's not only the topic is important, but also the panelists are very distinguished, and the three of them, they bring an exceptional experience to the discussion and to our booth talks that started from the first day of the COP, and definitely to the whole dynamics of dialogue at COP29. So I'll start first with a very, very, very renowned media figure. I cannot say only in the Arab world or at the Islamic world, but also worldwide. Professor Amr al-Laisi, he is currently the OSBU, OIC State Broadcasting Union Director General. In addition to this, he is an academic professor of media and information science. And he have been on the top of the majority of Arab talk shows for the last 25 years. In addition, he have also a lot of big experience in the media and cinema, and not only himself, but also his family that have huge career and huge achievement in this field. Dr. Laisi was the first Arab awardee of UNESCO Prize for International Program for Development of Communication for the year 2010. He also was awarded with a prize dedicated to community media, and also he was awarded with Al Maktoum Organization Prize and many prizes. I believe the majority of the Arab speakers and even out of the Arab world, they know him. And without further ado, I would like to leave the floor to His Excellency to share with us his own experience and his own point of view for the green media, and of course the very important organization that he's leading, how he sees the importance of green media and how green media can play big role for the climate challenge. دكتور احنا مش سامعين حضرتك، اعتقد you need to unmute your mic. انا لسه مش سامعينك. سامعين حضرتك دلوقتي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السفير أنار
Excellency Director of Cooperation and Partnership at ICESCO, Dr. Anar Karimov, Excellency Dr. Zain Abidin, Mohammed Zain Abidin, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to meet you today at this international gathering of 29 in the capital of Azerbaijan, Baku, where our countries and our desires meet today and commitment to meet today, working together in order to it's a good future. And this is a fight for a better future is a part of our Islamic religion, and as we are endowed and to work on this planet without excess, even if we have, for example, abundance, in order to use natural resources rationally in order to strike a balance between our desires and our needs and the needs of the future generation. This is a very complex situation, but as president of the Union of Televisions and Radios of the IEC, and as part of my responsibility, I'm going to tackle this idea of sharing ideas, information through multiple channels, traditional or innovative, with the aim of informing the public and raising their awareness based on the general awareness and the challenge we are fighting. We have a new discipline, which is green media, that aims to promote awareness and raise awareness in order to change our negative behavior towards the environment and activate the policies and procedures that aim to protect the planet. I worked personally for over many years and through my different careers in media in order to upgrade the life conditions of people. And the green media's commitment is to innovate, especially being addressed to young people to participate in this action, to motivate them for change through our success stories, especially in the environment. It is aimed to motivate people, individuals, and communities. So green media is a tool that is concerned with the environment and ecology, and our responsibilities, collective and individual responsibilities with the environment. So it is something new beyond traditional media to fight against or to face the challenges, and also to overcome the limited resources, and also to fight for and to work to strive to change behaviors and develop sustainable development. So protecting the environment and supporting green media is done through pooling efforts between governments and the media and private sector and civil society in order to raise awareness, environmental awareness, and advance environment. So green media needs support of everybody in order to shoulder responsibility. But let us say how we are going to disseminate and raise the awareness. So I'm going to list them in these points. First, producing very excellent media content that can shed light on the environment issues, for example, pollution, ecological diversity, and sustainable solution. For example, exchanging information. Second, cooperation between the member states through launching awareness-raising campaigns in order to protect the environment and showing the Islamic values. 3, develop upgrade the capacities of media and broadcasters through programs so that they can understand better issues of the environment and enable them to So now it's okay. So they can use the media, green media, through the platform and their channels. We are the Union of Televisions and Radio, the OIC. We believe that the environment is not only an issue that concerns governments and experts, but it is a human commitment that reflects our collective values for a better future. So it requires the engagement of everybody. I know that there are a lot of challenges, but we can work together with our partners and union in order to overcome. So I invite everybody to pool their efforts to face the challenges and also have a unified vision, because the planet is full with life and we should work together in order to make the media a tool for protecting our planet. So I'd like to see you next time, maybe in Riyadh, COP16. And may Allah grant you success. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Amr. Actually, this was a very fruitful and impressive talk. You talked about clear pain point that we need to focus on, and also you demonstrated many challenges that we are living with. First of all, the maturity of green media. To which extent we are mature in this field. We are just talking about it. We know that we have many challenges because at the end, media is it's a commerce, and it is dominated by the commerce dilemma and challenges. And how can we monetize it, and we ensure that there is a monetary return of investment from the money invested in any media production. So this is our biggest challenge. So how people will take voluntarily the choice to go to support environmental topics or content, which the first point that you talked about the production or the media content itself. Secondly, you talked about very important issue also, the impact of effective media on changing people behavior. Yes, we can find a lot of them, but they are not the same, like they don't have the same impact like what we see in social events, or we see whenever we have a movie or a song or something, the second day or the second month we will find all young people, they are using the same terminology, the same sentences. So people, we see the impact immediately, but we could have plenty of content that is related to media that does not have impact. So how can we ensure that the specialized content in media have the same social impact like other content? And also, you mentioned something which is very important about the values of Islamic world. That yes, it is rooted in our identity, in our mindset, which we have been talking about a lot today. And one of the last challenges that we're also facing, the new technology with the AI, the industry itself is going through massive transformation with all the AI tools and artificial intelligence and all the tools that we are still not very aware how we will use it and how we will cope with it and how will be the final product while we are interacting with them. And last but not least, which this will take us to the second speech or the second talk of His Excellency Anar Karimov, is the humanitarian identity. How can we at the Islamic world add value to the humanitarian identity of people collaborating with the whole world? Actually, green media is still very immature in all our regions, especially at the Arabic and the Islamic countries. Your Excellency, you have a massive background, being ambassador at UNESCO for 10 years, and also being the Minister of Culture at Azerbaijan. So from this experience, and now you are leading the cooperation among all Islamic countries at ICESCO. How do you see can we collaborate to add value to the humanitarian identity and to, with your massive experience from various roles you played in your career, how can we ensure that our state members have more mature green media content? Mohammed, can we have mic?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I think it is absolutely very relevant. This issue of the green media, I think for many years is overlooked at the COP and on this, I would say, UN global efforts related to the climate change and climate action. And it's good that this issue is right now it's taken a leading role and it's given a proper importance at this session. But I think before going to the issue of importance of the green media, I would like to speak about more why we need this, what's the importance, what are the challenges that we are facing. And one of the major challenges, I would say, it is the underreporting issue, I would say. If we look at the mainstream media and the news that we are watching on a daily basis, we can clearly see the pattern that the issue of the climate change are really less represented in the mainstream media in comparison to the issues related to the conflicts or political or economical issues, so social issues. So I think we need to really work with media outlets to give more importance and to raise the issue of the role of the media in sensitizing the issue of the climate change within the media itself. The second challenging issue, I think, is complexity of this issue. We need to acknowledge that the climate change and all issues related to climate is really very technical and scientific, which sometimes makes a challenge to deliver all this information to the general audience. I mean, the general audience doesn't get it how to say, easily, because it's very scientific and technical. So I think in that sense, we need to customize and tailor our information that we send to our audiences in a way that it will be all age categories will be targeted with the right tools. And you mentioned very important issues of impact of this media. I strongly believe that impact depends on how we will customize this information and adjust it to the all age categories with its own specificities for each category. And last but not least, I think there is a big issue of the misinformation and disinformation, which is very sad to say that. But some media, mainstream media, really look at this issue from, I would say, from denial point of view, like the climate change is not a reality, it's not an issue that we need to cope as a whole. So sort of downplaying its a serious impact to humanity and to the earth. And another issue which is a bit political, which is a polarization that brings to us by the global south and global north. And the media here plays even more, I would say, negative role, dividing this gap and bringing two narratives on the table. So when it comes to ICESCO, I think I would like to speak also about what ICESCO is doing. ICESCO takes this issue very seriously, and it is part and parcel of our, I would say, global advocacy policy program to address the climate change through the media. The first, of course, it's education. We seriously work on introducing the curriculum, the green education. Second is the youth. We work very closely with the youth to promote the climate action, and through the youth champions program or through youth climate peace ambassadors or youth climate camps that we organize. And of course the religious leaders. We try to bring all religious perspectives on the table to promote the environmental protection and sensitize the issue of the country. So media is one of those four components that ICESCO is taking a lead for advocacy of the climate issue in among our member states and all stakeholders. So when it comes to our actions, I think one of the main points is the regulations that what we need to introduce in our member states. But from my personal perspective, I don't think that the regulations are enough. We need to think about other, I would say,
motivating tools,
policies that can add to the effectiveness. And here I think the importance of the working with the communities, making this issue more inclusive as possible, engaging the youth, engaging the civil society, NGOs, and indigenous communities is very important. And by this we will make this more impactful. Another important element is the media literacy. So we can speak a lot about the importance of the laws and regulations, but the success of these regulations will be only if it will be accompanied by media literacy. And this is also the cornerstone of the effective policies. And creating media platforms and using the media platforms, I would say, or using the unconventional media outlets like social media, bloggers, influencers are crucial. Again, I think I'm coming back to my previous thesis is that we need to customize this issue to all ages. When it comes, for instance, for the children, it should be in the cartoons.
Or the gaming industry.
Or the gaming.
That is dominating.
Exactly. Or in the video gaming. If it comes to the youth, it should be in the video gaming, or in the movies or documentaries. So in every age category, we can find most efficient tools that can deliver these messages to the people, that environmental protection, sustainable use of water, sustainable use of land, all these are important elements. And as ICESCO, I think we are introducing this into our policies, and we are working very close with our member states to make this a successful story. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Actually, I'm in a big trouble, because moderating a session with such great personalities and with huge, with tremendous experience in this field, open unlimited doors and opportunities. So, Your Excellency, you tapped on a very important. It's not enough to have green media, but have impactful green media, and creating the platforms, and from your role as pillar for culture for very, very long time, and coordinating the cooperative work among all Islamic countries, and also having someone like Dr. Amr Al-Laisi, who also leading great platforms and also playing big role in the majority of film festivals. I cannot hold myself from proposing, why don't we make film festival that is dedicated for impactful green media? And I would like to take the opinion of Dr. Amr, if he's still with us online. Dr. Amr? Dr. Amr with us? Doctor, if you can unmute your mic.
اهلا وسهلا.
دكتور عمرو احنا معاك.
انا مع حضرتك يا دكتوره سالم.
يعني عايزين نستغل وجود حضرتك وخبرتك الواسعه جدا في اداره مهرجانات السينما.
Large and extensive experience in cinema festivals, and get out of the habit from a habitual, for example, a platform for experts in the field of media and the environment. So why shouldn't we take the media into a realm that is more impactful? Would like to hear your insight here. I'm sorry, I'm at Cairo Cinema Festival. And I am the president of the jury of the Festival of Cinema of Cairo. So if you want me for a second intervention, I am at the Cairo Festival, Cinema Festival, and we have introduced this Palestinian cinema as part of the events, and ICESCO has provided, and we have provided. We have got a donation from some organizations to show the sufferings of the Palestinian people. So we can, for example, ask the festival administration to include environment films, for example, in next year's session, and can ask, for example, the administration of the administration of the festival to include environment documentaries and films. And I would like to invite ICESCO to join us in order to support these films that talk about the environment. It's possible, as for example, for us to work with ICESCO in order to invite all people working in the media and those who are working in soft power in the cinema, in TV drama, and then motivate and encourage the protection of the environment. So I think that our support for these events, for example, organizing a festival of environment documentaries and films, can be just ideas. And I think it's better than, for example, than make any other things. As you know, we have 57 televisions and radios at our union. We can work together and we can make an agenda, a calendar all over the year, for example, through workshops or TV documentaries or cinema festivals to defend and to promote issues of the environment. So we thank you very much for your invaluable time. And we know the cinema festival. So we thank you very much for your initiatives and you are one of the best together with our colleagues here, high profile colleagues. So we hope that is going to be very impactful, that is going to bring change on the ground and give hope to the youth of the Islamic world. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Annar to comment.
شكرا دكتور عمرو.
Well, I would like to thank Dr. Amr for this very pertinent remarks and suggestions about promoting the climate action and environmental protection through the movies and through these festivals and the participation in the festivals. I think it is one of the most powerful tools that can really be effective in delivering the issue and the importance and necessity of climate protection through these channels to the mass audience, to the general audience. But again, I think we should not limit ourselves to these only, I would say, conventional types of the media, but we should expand the ways using also social media, because many youth, young people, young generation are using widely the social media or other types of the tools like video gaming again, or other elements that are mostly used by the young people. So I think we need to be more creative in this issue and find out all means, all areas that can be powerful in outreaching this issue to the all layers of the society. So, but I would like to comment this suggestion. I think ICESCO itself can be a partner of this kind of initiatives. We can work with our distinguished colleagues from OSBU on even setting up a certain award on documentaries or something like this, or short films like this, and we can organize the festivals and awarding the best films and best short films or documentaries. By this, we can also stimulate the film producers to do this, because as you also mentioned, Dr. Saleh, there is also a business point of view. I think we need to also take
really control this industry. We have not. We should take it into consideration while we are thinking about
exactly. This return of investment always is at the table. So we have to also think how we can stimulate the actors on
How can we
this
engage
area
the producer
in this industry that
in this
will
game?
produce this kind of thing. So at that moment, I think international organizations like ICESCO and ICESCO can play a decisive role in joining their efforts and stimulating this sector for producing this kind of videos. Thank you.
And now, actually, I'd like to move to His Excellency Dr. Zain Al-Abidin. Dr. Zain Al-Abidin, before everything, he is one of our great artists at the whole Islamic world. Being an artist who feels what they feel and know very well what they go through and what are the problems, being very close to them and being one of the pillars of this community, before being a minister for culture Tunisia, and before being heading the culture sector, culture and communication sector at ICESCO. How do you see, how can we stimulate and motivate all artists in all various art fields to take active part in this cause, in creating an impactful initiative for environment?
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة سالي مبروك. كان تسمح لي يعني الفن هو ربما عنصر من عناصر
among the elements that should be adopted to approach the issues of the environment and climate change that require adopting some policies, and among them are artistic, cultural, and heritage. Concerning the cultural side, it concerns everything that has a relationship with the green economy, purple economy, blue economy, and also orange economy. So all of these things are in harmony with the cultural and economic policies. So climate change and floods, droughts, earthquakes and landslides and desertification all require anticipatory policies. It's not only about green heritage, it's about holistic cultural policies. They all include digital economy and purple economy and also orange economy. So these all are all very important for, especially in terms of statistics, in terms of second thing is concerning art. It can work in order to address what we have, especially in terms of climate change. As you know, art is very important in terms of internal psychological dimensions, and so it has a great influence. Everything that is related with the environmental education. So art encompasses all of these meanings, especially in terms of education on the environment. So artists can be a voice to this end. Art also encompasses this beauty and aesthetic aspects. For example, it's like poetry, literature, cinema, anything that can express an opinion and attitude. Anything that can express the issue of the environment and climate change. And then the relationship between art and technological advances, especially digital creativity. And this is very important through competitions, through different expressions, because when you give much importance to the environment, it means that you have there is a cultural and also economic responsibility of the people. Another thing that should be focused on is other dimensions, especially the relationship between art and the environment and the climate in general. So how we can, for example, transfer this discourse and how we can pass it to others. How can we motivate people to adopt a new type of conscience, adopt a new commitment to the environment? For example, through using, for example, art for raising awareness, sensitizing people about their individual and collective responsibilities, and also organizing artistic exhibitions. I would like to say, Dr. Sally, that ICESCO has already started in these areas, not only as sectorial actions. But I think that there are, some efforts that are shared between different sectors, for example, culture, technology, partnerships. I would like to focus on one thing, and there's another third thing in terms of cultural policies, which is heritage. So we have the environment and its relationship with the heritage. You can see, for example, what is seen with all the witnesses. We have, for example, new approaches for landslides, for carbon footprints and fingerprints, I'm sorry. And we have a lot of issues. And I think that policy should not be should be well thought. And for example, we have some approaches in architecture in order to, for example, to see how we can build museums and the landmarks, and, for example, that can resist natural catastrophes. This requires some sciences, and we cannot look at the cultural or approach the cultural aspects as we do with the environment and the architecture, especially. The second thing is we have noticed lately that hundreds of heritage sites have disappeared. UNESCO and ICESCO have already these things in their list because they were in danger, because they were exposed to floods and desertification, and they disappeared. And I think these sites should be inventoried in order to work to try to restore them. But there are a lot of problems, especially the relationship between climate change and what we can do to restore and to preserve these heritage sites. So at ICESCO, we have an anticipatory policy that is transversal, not only horizontal. I would like also to stress other issues, the absence of any material, intangible heritage. We have there are some tangible sites. A lot of sites have disappeared, but I would like to remind you that some intangible cultural elements, for example, at Child Lake, because of the lake is being reduced, and a lot of cultures and a lot of elements are disappearing. For example, crafts and skills which are traditional, and they are deep rooted in history. So this requires a full-fledged policy. Why I said this, Dr. Sally? Because I don't say that the environment, the weather, and culture, we need a holistic policy I think that concerning the blue economy and blue heritage, there is also submerged heritage. This is a heritage that has been marginalized because of environmental and climate elements. So we need this specialty and expertise to dive into the seas in order to protect these things. But we should, I think it's not only the green heritage, there's a blue heritage that require technologies. We have sensing in terms of digging and fossil. Today we have technologies in order to can help us to get to the seas in order to. We need data science, yes, and we need an overall approach that we can find, for example, in art, in culture, also in strategizing and education, environmental and climate education. And I think that ICESCO, based on what it is doing, there are some concerted efforts in order to overcome the challenges and to address environmental issues. We are talking about environmental culture. We should keep and preserve forests in order to reduce carbon emissions. And I think that the arts and the artists should be engaged in these things in order to raise awareness about the seriousness of the issue.
A very well-rounded person with various experiences. Actually, I cannot thank you enough for the very, very holistic perspective that you shared it with us today. We tackled the overall economy from various angles. The orange, green, blue economy, and this cannot happen with one component without having the holistic ecosystem that could flourish the whole components, including the artists. But I totally agree with you that this is the only way to make an impactful or to ensure that we have an impactful media. And I totally agree with you that the main value proposition of ICESCO is the intersectorial collaboration that's happening between the culture, the heritage, the science, and the human development. So we are being blessed at ICESCO that the scope of ICESCO very integrated, which definitely enable us to be in a position that seriously can help our state members from a holistic perspective, not from only bits and pieces for it. And actually, one of the things that we are celebrating today also, and we are presenting to the population of the COP, is an initiative done by ICESCO, which is the Islamic Heritage website. And I would like to invite everyone to inaugurate our very unique heritage gate. Actually, as you can see, the heritage gate composes from two factors, the tangible and untangible. And here you can find everything related to the heritage as the Islamic world, the policies and the KPIs, and not only also the cultural heritage, as His Excellency mentioned, the natural heritage, and you can follow actively all the updates of registered sites, where is it, in which countries, what is the percentage of tangible and untangible heritage. And also we have an explorer where you can have an interactive map where you can immediately click on any place at the map. Then you will find all the registered heritage sites at this place. In addition, you can see here Azerbaijan, Iran, Afghanistan. Whenever you click on it, immediately it will tell you, show you details of the registered heritage site, regardless is it natural or cultural. Also the success stories. Not only we are giving information, but we are sharing the successful stories, how those were registered, what is the component, how they started the journey from idea till implementation. So we are not only sharing the places, but sharing the stories behind it. In addition, also to this, you will see the Islamic World museums. All the museums at the Islamic World. Also, we have an interactive map where you can just click on any country, and of course Morocco, our headquarter venue, Fas, the Great Fas, Palestine. But today we have something really special that we are also presenting to the COP29 here at Baku, which is the seasonal climate intangible heritage. And actually we consider this as one of the, if you allow me, Your Excellency, one of the main enablers for the ecosystem, because here ICESCO will not put the data. It is open for all use everywhere, not only in the Islamic world, by the way. Anyone can apply on the website for any climate season intangible heritage. Either, for example, we can see here, and maybe His Excellency Anar can present it better than me, the Yalda night, which is celebrated here at Azerbaijan, the Cherry Festival, where they usually celebrate it by choosing the most beautiful woman in the field, and Sham al-Nasim, as I'm Egyptian, Sham al-Nasim is a celebration that we celebrated for the just after the winter. So it is related, yeah, and also it is in many countries. So here, anyone who sees that even in his small local community, he have any celebration related to climate, he can apply either video or clothes they wear it, or specific food that they prepare it. And this will be main component for all media creators to understand what they have, and see how it used to be done and how this is affected by the climate change. Then it's just data that could be shared, but definitely it can tell many other stories. And I also leave the place for His Excellency Anar and His Excellency Zain Abidin if they want to comment on this.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is a wonderful initiative, and I would like to congratulate the organization for launching this extremely informative and very useful site, not only for the Islamic world, but I think it goes beyond it. I think here is the key issue, is the involvement of the communities, that you said that each person in an interactive way can contribute, interact with the site, and enrich it with some information related to certain community and its intangible heritage, tradition, etc. Why it is important? It is exactly what we just discussed before, how to make this media impactful about the climate change and climate action. By sensitizing the issues related to the communities itself, to their traditions, to their, part of their identity and culture, and showing how the climate change can undermine, can negatively impact their traditions and their part of their identity, it is the best, I think, and most impactful way to promote environmental protection. So I fully agree, and I fully commend this website, and I'm sure it will be another successful tool once it will be really outreach to our communities. It will be another successful tool to raise the issue of the climate.
And of course to connect people together, especially.
Exactly. To raise the importance of the climate action, of the importance of the environmental protection, and linking this issue to their daily life. Because these traditions are the part and parcel of their daily life, and it is closely linked to their identity. So fully support, and I fully support, and I congratulate.
Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا أعتقد أن هذا مهم جدا لأنه فيه جانب من الرقمنة.
I think this is very important because there is a digitization side, and also the protection of the heritage, especially that today there are a lot of risks and challenges that endanger heritage, for example, wars and trafficking and climate change, and that affects tangible and intangible heritage. So we should, I think, work together in order to valorize this heritage. I think that this is a work that complements what UNESCO is doing. Yes, UNESCO is trying to protect some sites, but I think that ICESCO has this ability and the effectiveness to intervene directly in its heritage. It is the heritage of the Islamic world, and especially in the Arab, African, and Asian regions, and even in Latin America. So I think that our efforts come to maintain this tangible and intangible heritage, restore it, publicize it, and make it known, and enable us to preserve it. Today, Dr. Sally, we have a lot of challenges. An inscription of this heritage on the Islamic World List and also International World Heritage List. So the number is very limited, and I think that we need a lot of work, and I think that we should do a lot of documentation first. So the Center of Heritage of ICESCO is going to work more on the inscription in order to give this heritage, be it tangible or intangible, give it due importance, and also valorize and highlight this heritage in the future, inshallah.
Actually, it's very hard for me to close this session, although I have to, because we reached to our limit time. I would like to congratulate you for launching such a great initiative, and I would like to encourage all young people to apply on it and let us know your stories, untold stories, and let everyone knows about it, and be very active in sharing it, because you can inspire a lot of media creators that inshallah will take it further. By the end of this, I would like to thank everyone, to our speakers and our attendees, and of course His Excellency Amr al-Laisi, who is doing a great job in Cairo Festival, being the voice of the Palestinian community who are really suffering now, and this really shows the importance of media and how media can be the voice of people that they lose all opportunities to speak about their case. Inshallah, we are looking forward to have a great media festival or film festival for environmental movies and looking forward, inshallah, to have more impactful initiative done by ICESCO, OSBU, and many other partners. Thank you again, and looking forward, inshallah, for the next sessions.